Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting will be conducted remotely in compliance with Governor's Executive Order 2020-07, issued on March 16, 2020, that suspended certain Open Meetings Act provisions relating to in-person attendance by members of a public body. The Governor's Order, number 1, suspends the requirement in Section 2.01 that members of a public body must be physically present, and 2, suspends the limitations in Section 7 on when remote participation is allowed. Members of the public can view the meeting by following the public audience link that is on the City of Lake Forest website. The meeting will also be broadcast on Channel 17. Members of the public who wish to testify during the public hearings can do so by calling 847-810-3643. City staff will be on site at the city's municipal services facility during the meeting. However, the plan commissioners will all participate remotely. And as you see on the screen, members of the public who wish to testify may call 847-810-3643. The public testimony portion will be after the petitioner in each case presents their information to the commission. So first, I'd like to introduce the commission members and staff. And since we are working remotely, I'm going to ask each commissioner to raise their hand or wave as I mention their name. Commissioner Moorhead, Commissioner Artman Ruggles, Commissioner Freeman, Commissioner Athenson, Commissioner Dixon. And we're also joined by Kathy Cerniak, who heads our Community Development Department. Our first line of business is consideration of the minutes of the August 12th, 2020 Plan Commission meeting. Have all the commissioners had the opportunity to review those minutes? Are there any corrections or requests for clarification, excuse me?
Chairman Kerr, I have one addition. It's on page 3, second paragraph from the bottom. And I just wanted to clarify that a little bit, Kathy, where it says Commissioner Athenson stated support for the petition and commented that the new local real estate office will be managed by long-time Lake Forest residents and will be an asset to the community.
We will make that enhancement.
Thank you.
Are there any other corrections or requests for clarification? Then I would invite a motion to approve the minutes of the August 12, 2020 meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All those in favor of approving the August 21, 2020 meeting minutes of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission, please say aye.
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 And all those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion passes. Moving on to our first item for public hearing and action is consideration of a request for approval of a special use permit to allow a restaurant to be located within 150 feet of residential properties at 950 Northwestern Avenue in Westwood Center. Property owners Westwood Center LLC. Members are Todd Altunian, Nicole Altunian, Jennifer Bianchi, and James Altunian II. And the tenant restaurateur is Jeff Urso, operating as Donati's Pizza and Jefe's Tacos. Before the petitioner commences, do the commissioners have any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest to report on this item? Seeing none, I would invite to the podium Jeff Urso. Mr. Urso, we request normally that petitioner confine their comments to no more than 20 minutes. Please proceed.
Michelle or Joe, would you please bring Jeff forward? There he is. Jeff, you're on. Make sure to unmute yourself, Jeff, when you're ready.
All right. Sorry about that. You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for having me tonight, guys. I believe that we have some PowerPoint stuff that was sent in, so hopefully that's available for us as well.
Michelle will pull that up. in
Okay,
just a
great.
Moment.
All right. So Donati's Pizza intends to rent space at 950 Western. We are going to go inside the courtyard. We intend to do, oh, sorry. Sorry about that. My phone, I'm having a little glitch. Inside the courtyard. And we were going to do a 2-restaurant concept with a shared kitchen.
And Jeff, I'm sorry, but I forgot to swear you in.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, my mistake. At this time, I'd like to swear in the petitioner and anyone who thinks they might want to speak on this issue, either in support or in opposition. You please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. Sorry about that. So we intend to rent 2 restaurant spaces up front in the courtyard, and we're going to do a shared kitchen concept. This allows us to use management to oversee health and safety protocols, delivery operations, and also really give an enhancement for the customer. We plan on doing complete takeout and delivery, very limited bar stool seating, if any. Just a little background about myself. I owned and operated Donati's Pizza in Lake Forest from 2010 to 2015. We moved over to Lake Bluff in 2015. We've grown. We used to have 3 team members when we started. Now we're up to 30 team members over here in Lake Bluff. Lake Forest opportunity. We've always wanted to kind of come back to Lake Forest. We left under unfavorable conditions with the former landlord. But now that the Altunian family has purchased that property, we've been discussing with them different options, and we are really excited to get back into Lake Forest. My family and I grew up here. We're raising our 3 boys here. We love this community, and I'm really looking forward to enriching the restaurant experience for Lake Foresters. I went over different aspects in the presentation for parking, delivery options, team members. Overall, since we operated there for from 2010 to 2015, I believe I know what we're really looking for as far as keeping everything residents on Oakwood very happy. We're going to have refuse pickup at least 3 times a week. Our deliveries are going to come after 8 a.m. daily. We are parking all our staff members, which will be 5 to 6 staff members that are non-drivers. We'll be using remote lots or the train. Our delivery drivers are going to be using the south staircase, which will be connected to the proposed units. And there they will be in the parking garage in the lower level. And we will come out onto Western from the lower level. Since we were there for 5 years before, we never had any issues with pedestrian traffic. And we plan on keeping up our current safety protocols to keep everyone safe when we come in and out of the parking garage. Most of our business is done after 4 o'clock. And so we anticipate not really affecting the other professional service businesses in the plaza. So as their day ends is kind of when our day begins, which is nice as far as customers coming to the plaza, which will put less strain on any parking. We will join Peanut Gallery and the Bistro, obviously, which will hopefully enhance both businesses and bring customers to this great area, including the courtyard that we intend to have some outdoor seating with. Our hours of operation that we're hoping to do is 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. which is typical or is earlier than the other restaurants, including pizzerias and taco restaurants in Lake Forest. Our ventilation is going to be from both our pizza oven and our cooking hood is going to go straight up onto the roof. We are further east than both the Peanut Gallery and the Bistro, so we are closer to Western than either one of those restaurants, so we don't anticipate any odor causing any issue for any residents. Our signage is going to follow the regulations from the City of Lake Forest and the property owner to conform with all the other businesses on the property. And I think I got everything. I just, so I'm reading off the list, but overall, just to tell you about myself real quick, my name's, like I said, I'm Jeff. Sorry, I'm always nervous when I do these things, but I'm really looking forward to going back to Lake Forest. We've been very, very busy, very fortunate during the COVID-19 pandemic. The last couple months, initially we got hit very hard, just like everyone else, and we pivoted. We used to have a big corporate business, and now it's really, we focus on residential customers. And that's one of the reasons why we really want to come back to Lake Forest, is grow back into the community. We love that community. I know that market very well. We have a lot of friends. We have a lot of people that come to us from Lake Forest. So we're really excited to do this dual concept and hoping for a special use permit from the City of Lake Forest.
Thank you. And now for the city, Kathy Cerniak will identify the issues.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. The commission is very familiar with this site. You recently saw a petition for Scout's Restaurant a couple times. You actually approved a petition a while ago and then saw it more recently. Unfortunately, for various reasons, the Scout's Restaurant is not moving forward. You also are aware that this development, this commercial development, is under new ownership. As Mr. Urso said, the past owner had neglected some of the maintenance. Many of the tenants had moved out. And since the new owners have acquired this property, there have been significant improvements both inside and outside. And the new owners have worked very hard to really revitalize, re-energize this development. Donati's is a known entity to Lake Forest. We heard from many residents who were disappointed when they left Lake Forest. Mr. Urso himself is very active in the community and certainly participates in all sorts of community activities, schools, the hospital, and many community events. So he is an experienced manager of Donati's and certainly has a demonstrated commitment to this community. There are a number of conditions very similar to the conditions that you have seen for other restaurants in this area. Key issues really are deliveries. Deliveries for this entire development are not permitted before 7 a.m. We've had a couple instances when there were deliveries before 7 a.m. The current owners actually, when we contacted them, they viewed the video, identified who those vendors were, and made direct contact with them. Another condition speaks to employee parking. This site, unlike many in the Central Business District, has the benefit of having both surface parking and underground parking spaces. So unlike many locations in the business district, there is on-site parking. However, there is a condition that employees must park off-site in the public parking lots on the east side of the railroad tracks. With the hours that Donati has for peak activity, those lots, there are always spaces in the public parking lots on the east side of the railroad tracks. This space that Donati's will be moving into has the unique ability to allow the delivery drivers to stage underground in the parking garage. I believe it is the south stairway that takes the delivery drivers directly down into the garage, and they can leave from there. So they are not staging in the parking lot, they are not staging in the alley, and they are not staging on Western Avenue. that is a unique benefit of this particular location. Mr. Urso stated the hours. The hours in the evening are until 9 p.m., which is earlier than some of the earlier proposals for this site. A key issue in the past has been some loitering in the alley. There is now a condition that we are recommending that the alley really be reserved for one-way traffic entering from Woodland, exiting onto Western Avenue, and no employee breaks are to be taken back there, no staging for delivery drivers. So we've really tried to address that issue. Again, I think you're very familiar. I won't go into further detail. Staff does believe that this proposal meets the criteria for a special use permit and that it will be a welcome addition to Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are ready for commission members to ask their questions and request for clarification from the commission, from the petitioner or staff. And we'll start tonight with Commissioner Artman Ruggles.
So my only question really only revolved around one of the conditions, and that was condition number 7. And Kathy already addressed most of it, but the condition was that the delivery driver shall queue in the underground garage. So I guess my question was just that, were the delivery drivers going to park in a stall and wait for a delivery, or would they be potentially blocking the drive aisles of the underground parking, thus impacting other tenants?
So underneath by the south stairwell, from what I remember, there was multiple parking spots. So the drivers would park along the south wall. They would turn off their cars so they wouldn't be running in a parking garage, but they would be upstairs waiting for their delivery. Once they get their delivery, they'd go down to their vehicle and then they would exit. So they would actually park in spaces. At nighttime during the week, Sunday through Thursday, we typically have 3 to 4 drivers. And then on Friday and Saturday, we influx up to 8. However, like I said, most of the business is done after 5 o'clock. Lunch drivers in this location, I only anticipate of putting 1 to 2. Our Lake Bluff location is closer to the highway, so that's pretty much where we'll keep most of our lunch drivers. So they should be in the spot. They shouldn't be affecting any other tenants.
Are you expecting other drivers like Uber Eats or Grubhub or things like that? And if so, where do you imagine they will queue?
So I am a restaurateur that is very anti-Uber Eats. I do not use Uber Eats at Donati's in Lake Bluff. The only one that I do use is DoorDash, and that is because of the colleges of Rosalind Franklin and Lake Forest College. So I imagine DoorDash would be something we would use. That would be the only third party one we allow. They would probably do the same thing as any other pickup customer. They would find a spot, I'm guessing, on the main lot or on Western, one of the 4, 5, 6 spots on Western right in front of the building. Park, come in, get their food and gone. Their whole transaction time should be less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Artman Ruggles?
No.
Then we'll proceed to Commissioner Dixon.
Thank you. Jeff, I think this plan looks great. You mentioned when you were previously in this space and picking up on the last line of questioning, you already used the garage for your delivery service. Is that correct?
Yeah. So initially, when we were in there from 2010 to 2012 or 13, we did use the back alley, and then we worked with Kathy to come up with a better plan. So at that point in 2013 or 14, we moved down to the basement. So we operated out of the basement for the last couple of years that we were there, and it worked just fine. So we used to be where the peanut gallery was, and we would use that north stairwell and go walk right down. And we actually parked in the same spot that we're talking about parking now. So the drivers had a much longer walk, but it was just fine. And so now with this south stairwell, it should be directly below us. So it should be a much shorter walk for the drivers.
Great. So you have the experience there is what I'm getting at. You guys
Yeah.
have
So
sort
yeah,
of
when we go
ironed
up
out the kinks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeman.
Hey Jeff, welcome back to Lake Forest. It'll be great to have you back. Just a couple of questions. The driver thing I think has been covered. Customer pickups will all be at the front counters entering through the courtyard area.
Yeah, so the customers would have two choices. They'd either park on Western. There's a couple spots right in front that I think are 15-minute, and then there's a couple spots across Western that are on the angle. So they could either park in that right there, or they have the main lot, which is where the bistro is.
Okay. And then seating, is it only outdoor seating?
Yeah, so we want to use this as a carry-out delivery location. So for the Hefe's concept and the Donati's concept, it's fast casual, so it's quick. So it's to go. We don't anticipate having any major dine-in. If we do any dine-in, it'll be similar to how Ferentino's West was in West Lake Forest, with the window ledge seating, some bar stools, but we don't anticipate having table service.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Commissioner Moorhead.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Atkinson.
Hi, Jeff. Welcome back to the neighborhood. I live a couple streets over, so we're glad to see you come back. I just have a few quick questions. So currently, occasionally we get whiffs of food smells over in our neighborhood. And just wondering what kind of ventilation system you're going to have and if it's going to be maintained on a regular basis. We don't always smell.
Yeah, great question. So all our stuff is obviously going to be new. So that's one big advantage versus sometimes restaurants have 30-year-old equipment and they're not exhausting as properly as they could be. So we will have a hood over both our pizza oven and both our kitchen equipment. And like I was talking about before, our location is further toward Western than both the Peanut Gallery and the bistro. So I don't anticipate it being a big issue. When we were there before, that was never one of the issues that came up on Oakwood. I know many of the residents right there behind us on Oakwood. So that really never came up before. So I do not believe that it's going to be an issue for any residents.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
Kathy, I just have to ask you real quick. So if Scouts is not going forward, does that mean that front space is vacant now?
Yes, there are two spaces along the streetscape that are vacant.
Right. Okay.
And the one was the former King Ma space.
Right.
And certainly Scouts is very interested at some point in coming to Lake Forest. Obviously, they need to find a workable model. And in past discussions, as you well know, that there were some concerns, and this overall is a difficult time for restaurants. So I know that the owners are working actively to fill those spaces.
I just wanted to check, make sure. And then, Jeff, I just have a few more questions about the delivery and pickup.
Sure.
Kind of talked about that a little bit. It would be great if you could make some of those spaces on Western as like the 15-minute pickup spaces. I don't know if they're really designated that, but I think that would help pull some of the traffic out of that parking lot. Because now that I'm just wondering if, now that we have 3 restaurants and we have a smaller parking lot there and everyone's doing curbside pickup, it can get a little nutty in there since we do frequent the 2 restaurants in there for trying to pick up. Is it possible that you could work with the other 2 restaurants and kind of figure out some kind of curbside pickup system?
Yeah, so I mean,
people walking through there's people parking, it gets a little nutty.
yeah, so that on the city side on Western, I guess that would be up to the city of Lake Forest. we would love a 10-minute or 15-minute parking. I believe it's 15 now, but I might be wrong. But any kind of limit time on those 3 or 4 spaces right up front would be great. As far as the main lot, we had that at one time. I'm sure the Altunians would be open to it too. I would love to work with the other restaurants as a couple spaces designated for takeout. I think that would be great to have on that first floor.
Yeah, because I noticed some people like park against the fence on Woodland, just waiting there, and then they kind of out of the way. So just if you could coordinate the other.
Yeah,
would be great.
absolutely. We want to make our customers' lives as easy as possible. So we don't want them walking far. We want them in and out as quick as possible.
And there's also a lot of foot traffic coming in there too. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And so you're not proposing a pickup window or anything like that. It's definitely
No.
from the counter pickup. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, since the transaction inside should just be a couple minutes, if customers are more comfortable to have us bring it to their car, we're definitely going to have that as an option for a safety option for customers. But no, we don't want any drive-through or anything like that.
Okay. But you will have outside dining in the courtyard, correct?
Well, so the idea is that this space is that courtyard is going to be communal outdoor seating, so that tables and chairs will be out there. But whether you go get a cheeseburger at Peanut Gallery, you get some sushi at the bistro, or you grab a slice, you could sit down and stuff, and we'll all work together to keep it nice and clean.
Okay, great, thank you. And what about, I know it's not our purview, but just curious, you're proposing some kind of signage, I presume. You can't really see where you are from the street.
Yeah, so we're in a unique position that we're pretty well branded over the last 10 years, and we were branded inside this exact courtyard. So we don't need anything crazy. 10 years later, social media is so much bigger than it ever was before. So that is going to be, one of our main tools of signage is social media. But we will conform with everything that the city and the property owners want to match everyone else's business.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So Jeff, following up on that, where do you anticipate a sign directing customers?
So there is signage on Western that says which businesses are located inside the courtyard, from Michael's Barber Shop to the Foot Spa to Peanut Gallery. So I'm sure we'll get a slide-in sign there. And then as far as the Western side, I don't know if they have the same plaque, but they may or may not. Like I said, for us, I don't see us having any signage on Western or Woodland. So, it's kind of like a left bank thing. You have to be from Lake Forest to kind of find us. So we're okay with that. We did it for 5 years before, and, pretty confident that it'll work again.
Well, perhaps it might be nice to have a directional sign or something in the entryway to the courtyard.
Yeah. And
That is,
yeah, absolutely. We welcome any signage, but I would definitely defer that to the property owners. And
okay.
so whatever they allow us to have, we will definitely put in and conform with.
Okay. And Kathy, I presume you'll follow up with the owners on that?
Yes, my expectation is that as more tenants come into this development and as the building finish, that we may see a new signage package overall that comes before the building review board.
And Kathy, in your discussions with the owners, because I think it was pre-COVID before, when we first started talking with the owners about this property, we did ask if there might be several drive-up spaces for pickup or delivery vehicles. Have you had any further conversations with the owners about that?
We haven't recently, but overall the city is really monitoring restaurants and thinking through curbside pickup, actually not just for restaurants, but for retail. And it's a careful balance between the long-term spaces, but we will continue to have that discussion. And my expectation is that we may try different solutions, but we certainly are attuned to the changing needs for both restaurants and retail.
Okay, thank you. And Jeff, just generally, because I'm not in the restaurant business during COVID, how is the demand progressing for your regular business and also on the corporate side?
So corporate's gone, nearly gone. Our first couple months of COVID were very hard. Our sales were down big, but we took a pivot position and really focused on residential customers. So, after we got over the March, April, early May hump, once phase 3 really started, we really focused on, residential customers. We switched from charging for delivery to go to free delivery, all these residential incentives to really focus on our nighttime customers. And overall, our nighttime business is doing very, very good. It's very strong. So we were able to pivot with labor. We were able to pivot with advertising dollars, everything. So we're really focused on nighttime. That's where I see the future in the restaurant business is takeout, delivery. It's going to be a while before confidence is back for people sitting in, dining in. There will be a population that's totally fine with it, but there's going to be a population of people that aren't ready for it for a while. So our concept of takeout and delivery, I think, is the safest model you can do in a restaurant business right now. And so with our previous branding there and kind of being involved in the community, I anticipate we do just fine to, stay there and survive.
All right, well, thank you very much. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Urso? Or for Kathy Cerniak? Then I think we will proceed to see if there is any public testimony in relation to this request.
Chairman Kerr, I do have one caller on the line. If you could pause for a moment and I'll bring her in.
Thank you. And I will say at this time, we do ask members of the public to not to exceed 5 minutes per speaker. And if comments have already been stated by another speaker, you can simply state your agreement with previous comments.
Chairman Kerr,
Yes.
you have a caller on the line now.
Thank you. And caller, would you please identify yourself?
My name is Marlis Turek. I live at 196 Atteridge Road, which is directly across from the outdoor parking lot of this development. And
Yes.
this house at the far east end of Atteridge.
And Ms. Turek, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I just have a few points. I was glad to hear a lot of what was discussed. First of all, I'd like to say that I know that this restaurant has been in this building before. And as I recall, they had a problem of violating the indoor basement or parking garage pickup requirement. They were using the service drive. They had a lot of loud cars going through there, a lot of loud music, cars waiting. And I just want to make sure that local authorities spend some time stopping by and making sure that everything's okay over there. It's a real hardship on the neighbors. I know it's a hardship for me, at least, to have to constantly write to Kathy and Paul Peterson and get the police involved when things are going badly and they're violating their special use permits. And this goes for all the restaurants there. Right now, Kuro, under its permit, is not allowed to have amplified music outside, and yet they are continually violating that requirement. I've contacted Kathy about it. I've contacted the building owner on numerous occasions, but they continue to play music. And, it's disturbing. They have a special use permit. They ought to follow the rules. And I shouldn't have to go through all that writing and calling and texting with no proper response. It looks like you're going to have a lot of restaurants in this building. That seems to be the way it's going. And that means that service drive is going to need to be used by all the restaurants for deliveries, for maintenance. And I'm not sure what happened with Scouts. I recall last time I was involved in one of these meetings, I spoke against them having the entire service drive for their own use for a pickup window. So I just want to mention this because with a lot of restaurants, one restaurant or one or more restaurants should not be allowed to install pickup windows in that back service drive area. I remind you all that noise is a huge problem in the development anyway, and that perhaps some signage could be put up in the parking lot, outdoor parking lot, and in other areas to please be respectful of neighbors. Keep your radios down, turn off your car when you go into the restaurant. Maybe that could be added to your signage requirements. Garbage. Garbage pickup should not only be the garbage trucks that come in and pick up the large bins, but also reminders that restaurant visitors also control their garbage and that you place garbage bins in that indoor patio and maybe in a few other areas so that somebody picking up a slice of pizza and walking out the door doesn't then throw the bag and the refuse on the street. I also suggest that cleanup be required during business hours. Years ago when the former bistro was here, they used to clean up at 6 a.m. the next morning. By then, the raccoons and the skunks had all been over there, and it really would be a mess. So cleanup should be required before they leave for the evening. I would suggest that all the restaurants be required to put in top of the line smoke and exhaust equipment, and that they properly maintain it at all times. I don't know what that would be, but with 6 or 7 or more restaurants in the building, that's going to be a real problem. And each one of them should step up and have to maintain their own equipment properly. Again, no music, loitering you seem to have touched on. Hopefully there won't be loitering. Deliveries, those Reinhardt trucks with this proposed tenant, those Reinhardt trucks are huge. Right now there are no Reinhardt trucks coming in. They used to come in for the Burger King. The Reinhardt trucks are too big, I believe, possibly to use the service drive, I'm not sure. But they take up, if they do the whole service drive, some of them have elevators for bringing the groceries down to street level. And so those elevators, they make a lot of whirring sounds and things like that. A lot of slamming doors and banging. And they leave the trucks going the entire time with the motors running, sometimes loud music playing out of the truck. So I'm hoping that those things can be attended to. At least delivery should be only during 9 to 5 business hours and only on weekdays, Monday through Friday. And that would go a long way to helping the neighbors out. Let me see if there's anything else. Also, no maintenance during non-business hours. Again, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. No blowers and vacuums and things like that. They should all, excuse me, I'm repeating myself there. I don't know if you're going to have other or more patios. Apparently there's the indoor patio, which everyone apparently will be sharing, but someone has to be responsible for cleaning it up. And there's got to be a plan. The developer maybe can come up with a plan for doing it. If it's going to be a shared responsibility, there ought to be a plan so that they can't point fingers at each other. Please stop the amplified music. Please put that into this permit that there shouldn't be amplified music in that indoor patio either. And I guess that goes through my list here. So thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate all the help you give us.
Thank you. Michelle, are there any other members of the audience who wish to speak on this petition?
There are no other callers for this item.
All right, well, I'm going to ask first Kathy Cerniak to respond.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Kerr, members of the commission. I did want to make clear that when Donati's was here before, there was not a requirement that the alley could not be used for deliveries. as Mr. Urso said, when it became a problem, we did work with them and they agreed to try out an alternative of using the underground. But when they were using the alley, it was not a violation. It was something that we identified and we understood was an issue and it was corrected. The city does not consider music that is simply played over a speaker at a volume that cannot be heard off of the property as amplified music. The property owners and Kuro Bistro are aware that they can't bring in a live band or speakers. So we will continue to monitor that, but I believe that the property owners have been very watchful of making sure that any music that is played is simply at a level that's heard just on the patio. No pickup windows are proposed. The prior pickup window is no longer on the table. If someone were to want that, it would need to come back through a process. There is a condition, condition number 6, that speaks specifically to providing the city with documentation of regular maintenance and inspection of the ventilation system. As Mr. Urso said, this will be a new ventilation system, so that's a real benefit. And the types of restaurants that are there currently certainly do not have the volume or the type of food that we had with Burger King many years ago, and a somewhat antiquated ventilation system. So there is a way for the city to monitor and work closely with the business owners on that. We will talk with the developer about what their plan is for regular cleanup of the site, both the courtyard, but also the overall site and perhaps the parkways. I think that makes a lot of sense, that there's some regular plan for taking care of that. I did also want to mention, and the commission has recognized in the past, that this property is zoned commercially. It is in a transition area. Many areas of our business district have that adjacency with residential development, and there's pros to that and cons to that. But it is part of what keeps our neighborhoods vital and our central business district vital. So we do recognize that on occasion there are some conflicts, and in this case, when things have come up, we found the property owner to be very responsive, and I am confident in our past dealings with Mr. Urso that if issues come up, that we will be able to work with him and have them resolved quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Urso, would you care to respond to any of the comments?
Yeah, absolutely. So we will definitely have Reinhardt and Greco. Those are the two main purveyors, but they also go to Ferentino's, Chief's Pub, Lantern, everybody. So they all come, all the they don't come to us, leave, and come back, leave. So they all come usually, from my understanding from the drivers, is around 9 o'clock. So we will not accept any delivery before 8. So, we will make sure we're respectful to our neighbors for that issue. So all deliveries will be after 8 a.m. As far as documentation, we will have quarterly maintenance on all HVAC units, as we do in all restaurants I've ever had. That's to our benefit, because no one wants a smoked up restaurant. So we have them change the filters, we have them work on that stuff. And then as far as cleanup goes, we always have staff members clean up. We used to have a lot of high school kids come get slices, and most of them are very respectful, but some of them obviously, they put some trash on the ground. But we would always have staff members walk around after lunch, after dinner, cleaning up any trash, whether it's ours or anyone else's, to keep the property as clean as possible.
Thank you. Now, time for commission discussion and comment. Commissioners, any comments you'd care to make? Commissioner Atkinson?
So I just wanted to reemphasize welcome back to the neighborhood, Jeff, and I think you'll be a great addition. Thank you for all your attention to detail here. You've been here before, so I think you know the neighborhood and you know what you need to do. So that's very encouraging. But I'd just like to encourage you also to reach out, like I had mentioned before, to reach out to the other business owners and the property owner just to coordinate that parking lot, just the curbside delivery, so it's not total chaos. And then also maybe Kathy, you can advance the idea of putting 15-minute parking, temporary or quick parking pickup on Western Avenue, a couple spaces there. And I just wanted to mention to Kathy too that, I can smell things coming from there occasionally. So just ensure that they are doing their ventilation maintenance occasionally. I know they all have new equipment, hopefully, but it's not that I don't like food, but just to make sure that they're properly maintained. And I think everyone covered everything else. I think that's it. So congratulations, and love to see you back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Dixon? Did you want
No.
to? Okay.
No other comments. No other comments. I think it's a great proposal, Jeff, and I think you're going to be a great addition to that space. It's in the central business district. It's what the city wants. It's revitalizing this building. So I think it's going to be great. If appropriate, Chairman Kerr, I'd be willing to make the motion if that's appropriate at this time.
Yes, please.
I'd make a motion for approval of the petition based on the staff recommendations and pursuant to the 7 conditions that have been set forth in the materials here by staff for approval of the petition pursuant to those 7 conditions.
A
Can I
second.
just ask, are there 10 conditions?
Yeah, I was going to say there are 10.
My bad. Yeah, no, there's 10. I'm sorry. I'm scrolling on 2 different screens here.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Arvin Ruggles has seconded. Does anyone have any comments on the motion? All those in favor of
Do
approving?
we have to
this-
do a roll call, Kathy?
Yes, you are correct. Thank you, Commissioner Freeman.
Yes,
problem.
thank you. Commissioner Moorhead,
Aye.
Commissioner Atkinson,
Aye.
Commissioner Freeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Artman Ruggles,
Aye.
Commissioner Dixon,
Aye.
Chairman Kerr.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays. The motion carries.
Thank you. And
Thanks, Jeff.
welcome
Welcome back.
back. And now we'd like to proceed, as we do have a busy evening, to public hearing and action on our second request. Consideration of request for approval of amendments to the Gimbel subdivision plat. The property is located at 211 West Westminster. Proposed changes include removal of the, well, actually, I think we've received some additional changes, haven't we, Kathy? So really, the only request currently before us is for the right of a driveway curb cut onto West Westminster at this point.
Are you asking me? The answer is yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mike. The single curb cut for Lot 1 on Westminster, and the property owner is Oakmont Partners LLC, Nancy S. Donovan, managing member, and the representative this evening is Michael Adelman, attorney. Are there any ex parte meetings or conflicts of interest for members of the commission to report? All right, then at this time, Mr. Adelman, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, again, to clarify, we've withdrawn all of our requests, but for the request for direct access to Westminster. So that's the sole issue for your consideration this evening. I did send in a supplemental statement to staff, which they were going to circulate for me last night. I hope you all had a chance to review it, because I think it tells a very compelling story. Also, we worked with staff through the month of August, and at that point in time, staff was supportive of our request with respect to the driveway cut. And it only became apparent several days ago on Sunday, when the staff report came out, that a different conclusion was reached, recommending denial of our request. So I pretty much scrambled, because the first statement of owner's intent that I submitted to the Plan Commission August 27th, I tried to keep it as brief as possible out of respect to you folks, because I know there's plenty of reading you do for all these petitions. But because the staff report came out with a recommendation for denial, I rolled up my sleeves and spent the last 48 hours drafting that supplemental statement that you got last night. I've also reached out to and have spoken with some of the participants in the 1997, it was actually 96 that the Plan Commission approved this, 1997 that the City Council approved it. I reached out to George Covington, who was the attorney for the Gimbels, the petitioner, the subdivider. I reached out to Don Battaglia, who was the chairman of the Plan Commission at that point in time. Chuck Crook, who was the head city planner. And I also had a conversation with Andrew Savalsky, who was the assistant city planner for the petition at the time it ultimately was granted its approval. I'm a little dizzy from all the intense work and reading I've done the last 48 hours. So I'd like to see which way the wind blows on this one. And towards the end of the hearing on this matter, I might want to ask you for a continuance. So I would ask that you don't rush to a motion for a vote until I've been able to discern that. So I'll just give you a brief history. Prior to 1969, William Lane owned the Noble Judah estate at 111 Westminster. And he owned the Noble Judah estate and all the land under it, extending west to the Skokie drainage ditch. In 1969, he wanted to build a house west of the estate. So he had to do a subdivision. So in 69, he divided all that acreage. I'd be guessing if I said it was 20 or 25 acres, but he subdivided it into two pieces. He put 3.1 acres under the estate house, and then the rest of the land to the Skokie drainage ditch became a second lot. Then he built this house. It's a beautiful house, which is this, it's on lot 2 of the subject property before you tonight. He built that, and a period of years later, in 1978, so that'd be 9 years later, he wanted to sell the house. So he did another subdivision. He did the re-subdivision of all of that land underlying 211 Westminster. And he put 3.9 acres under the 211 Westminster residence, and the rest of the land all the way to the Skokie drainage ditch, it was vacant land, became a third lot. So basically, as of 1978, Lane had 3.1 acres under the Noble Judah house, 3.9 acres under the 211 Westminster house, and a vacant parcel, which 4 years later in 1982, Jim Altunian bought all of that, did a subdivision, and there's 3 houses at 225, 245, and 265 Westminster on the south side of the street. That's the history. And so he did sell the house in 1978 to the Gimbels. And the Gimbels bought it, understanding they were buying a 3.9 acre parcel of land with a beautiful house on it. But under the R4 zoning, it was subdividable into 2 lots. And now fast forward from 1978 to 1990, Stuart Gimbel attempted to subdivide his property into 2 lots. 1 lot under the house and a vacant lot up in the front yard. I'll point out that in 1978, a big mistake was made by William Lane in the city when they didn't put a restrictive covenant on that 3.9 acre parcel underlying the house. If they had done that, there wouldn't have been the controversy for 6 years in the 1990s. We wouldn't be here tonight. There'd be the beautiful house with a beautiful 3.9 acre piece of land under it. Everybody on Westminster would be happy. There wouldn't have been the nuclear war that transpired in the 90s with the neighbors. And like I said, we wouldn't be here. But you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. It became a subdividable property when the city and Mr. Lane failed to put that restrictive covenant on in 1978. So Mr. Gimbel, Stuart Gimbel, struggled with the Plan Commission over a 6-year period from 1990 to 1996 to get his 2 lots approved. He was turned down in 91 and 92, and he was turned down on the premise that what he was proposing was prejudicial to the Noble Judah estate. You have to understand that the Noble Judah estate was paramount in everybody's thinking, as well as the neighbors just didn't want another house. And I don't want to give a personal opinion whether there should be a house in front of 211 or not, because it's kind of too late for that. It's a buildable lot. So it was turned down in 90, 91, 92. He had one downtown attorney, a Mr. Taslitz. He continued to struggle with the neighbors. Ultimately, he hired George Covington to represent him. And in 1996, the Plan Commission finally approved a 2-lot subdivision. And by the way, the first subdivision conceptually proposed in the early 90s was awful. It was just awful. It was an irregular shaped parcel of land that he proposed for the vacant lot out in front. It looked like the state of Idaho flipped upside down. It would have put a house much closer to the Noble Judah estate than the current subdivision we're looking at. So he got his approval, but he got his approval in 1996 from the Plan Commission. And from what I understand, and so that you get a feel for how acrimonious this was, both sides had court reporters at the Plan Commission. And George Covington was personally threatened by a former mayor living on the street, and ultimately stepped down from the Open Lands Board until everybody calmed down. That's how contentious this was. He got his approval for the lot 1 out front, and it had all these restrictions on it. And I hate to regurgitate the written material I've already sent you, but for the benefit of anybody else not in the know, the ridge height was reduced from 45 feet to 35 feet. The front yard setback was increased from code required 50 feet to 65 feet. The east side yard setback, which code requires a minimum of 20 feet, was mandated at 100 feet in order to keep any newly constructed house away from the Noble Judah estate, particularly the grass tennis court that exists there that's in front of the paved tennis court. There were conservation easements placed on the that were 50 feet wide along the north boundary, the west boundary, and the south boundary. Actually, I'm surprised there wasn't one along the east boundary, but there was a setback requirement. The bulk was reduced from 8,000 square feet, the permissible bulk, to 6,000 square feet. And the building envelope was squeezed down to much smaller than that which would normally be required under R4 zoning. So far, all of the constraints arguably are legitimate constraints for protecting the Noble Judah estate, which is on the National Historic Registry. Those are legitimate, but there was one final constraint, and that was a mandate for a shared driveway, no access to Wesley Road. The newly platted Lot 1 had 304 point something lineal feet along Wesley Road, and yet Mr. Gimbel was asked to do a shared driveway and preclude even one cut to Wesley Road. Now understand that having 304 feet of frontage, under our code, you're entitled to 2 driveway cuts, not just one. And none were permitted. And I submit to you, that's the one requirement that was made in bad faith, and it was totally unprecedented in the history of Lake Forest. And because we're probably going to talk about precedent tonight. That was bad precedent, because anybody knowledgeable about that subdivision and the fact that he was asked to take a shared driveway and a preclusion of even one driveway cut. Now, anybody in Lake Forest, the Historic Preservation Commission, Lake Forest Open Lands can say, hey, we don't want driveway cuts. That Swift subdivision you approved last year on Washington Road, that's a historic neighborhood. We want everybody to have a shared driveway, 1 shared driveway, 2 shared driveways, because we do that to protect the streetscape. We do that to protect the historic nature of a neighborhood. And so now you've got a precedent created in 1997 that anybody could hold up at any one of your subsequent hearings and tell you, hey, we want a shared driveway for this new development. You did it to Gimbel, you can do it to these guys. A precedent has been set. So I submit to you that a bad precedent was set. It was set in bad faith, and it was done because it was punitive. The people on the street were PO'd, and they wanted to get back at Gimbel. And so they put all these constraints. Like I said, arguably they were legitimate, but for the preclusion of a driveway cut. I have to refer to my notes for a second. Shared driveways. There are no shared driveways on Wesley Road. And I'm not aware of, and I don't know if staff is aware of, or any of you are aware of, any lots in Lake Forest with houses on them or vacant lots. And I'm not talking 25-foot lots. I'm talking 100 feet of frontage or more that have shared driveways. Are any of you familiar with that situation at all? Nobody. Staff? Kath? Are you aware of any?
Mr. Edelman, why don't you finish your comments and then I'll speak?
Okay. Okay. In the material I furnished you last night, there was Exhibit B. It was a matrix. It's a matrix of all the houses up and down Wesley Road, from the cul-de-sac and an equal distance the other side of this property, on both the north and south side. On the north side of Westminster, I provided 6 houses, 80, 120, 146, 162, 234, 258 Westminster. Of those 6, 5 have double driveway cuts. Nobody has 300 lineal feet of frontage. In fact, 3 of the houses have under 200 feet of frontage. 1 has screening, 80 Westminster has screening, and the rest effectively have no screening. So the premise for mandating the shared driveway was to not alter the streetscape on Westminster. And I submit to you that 1 driveway cut over a 304-foot lineal frontage of hedgerow is a negligible amount of alteration to that streetscape. On the south side of Westminster, everybody has a single driveway cut because everybody's got a motor court. And still, the subject lot before you has more lineal footage on Westminster than any other house presented in that matrix. Shared driveways are not something somebody voluntarily submits to. They're despised by their owners. Ragdale and Lake Forest Open Lands on Green Bay Road had an acrimonious situation. Last year, I helped David Moore and Rob Krebs extinguish a shared driveway situation they had. Rob Krebs went to the Historic Preservation Commission, and they gave their blessings to a driveway cut on Mayflower Road. He had 155 feet of frontage, approximately half of what Lot 1 on Westminster has. I understand even on Westminster, one of the houses down the street just recently got a second driveway cut permitted. There just seems to be a paradox here. Is now the appropriate time to go through some of the correspondence that came in?
Well, we do ask for 20 minutes. Kathy, how long has this presentation been?
2 minutes and 30 seconds remains.
Okay, so
May I ask for a point of order? Mike had mentioned earlier that he's going to ask to continue this.
maybe,
So,
I'd like the option to continue.
well, I mean, I think we present or we don't, right? You don't get to feel out the room and then decide to come back later. Or this would go on, endlessly. So I just think as a point of order, it'll either be presented tonight or it won't.
Well, if that's the case, then I have to, if I say I want to continue, does that mean I have to stop presenting?
It's really at the discretion of the commission. He's well into his presentation. I've paused the time to be fair. The petition was noticed. I think you have a number of people in the audience tonight who wish to speak. So it may be appropriate to hear this and then make a decision on whether you move forward or whether, if Mr. Edelman requests a continuance, that you continue it.
So
All right, well, I take Commissioner Freeman's point of order. But I do agree with all those present tonight in the audience, and Mr. Edelman so far along in his presentation, we should continue.
Okay, great. So, and I'll go quickly. I'm just going to briefly go through the correspondence that came in yesterday. And this is really kind of deja vu to what happened in 1997. Norm Wesley, he wrote a letter in opposition. Everybody's letter was in opposition. There was no mention of the streetscape, no mention of the driveway cut. Norm Wesley, who's at 225 Westminster, immediately west of us, he had no idea the property was subdivided. He's concerned about anybody building on the lot. Building a second home on the property certainly doesn't fit with the look and feel of our street. Then he talked about drainage. The Donovitz have spent high 6 figures remedying the drainage on their property. Next, Tim Reynolds. And by the way, Tim and I worked together at the First National Bank of Chicago in the 1970s. We go way back. No mention of streetscape, which was a whole premise in my Exhibit A to you. The whole premise for the restriction on driveway access was predicated on not altering the streetscape. Tim doesn't mention that. He says another driveway cut will make the fact that there's a lot in depth on the street more apparent. I think that's a real weak argument, because if you take the frontage of the lot in depth, you take the frontage of lot 1, it comes out to 350 feet of frontage divided by 2. So you basically got 175 and 175, which would qualify for a total of 4 driveway cuts. There's only 1 there now. I just think it was kind of a weak argument. And he says it'll have a negative effect on property values. And I just ask you to consider how negative effect on property values will 1 driveway cut along a 304-foot span have? Amy Lincoln across the street.
Excuse me, I think you may have exceeded the 20 minutes.
Can I have a couple more minutes?
Well, my only comment to you,
Seconds
my
up here.
only comment is that I believe all of those letters were circulated to all members of the commission. And I believe they're also available to members of the public. So, all right, yes, please.
But aren't I allowed to rebut them a little bit?
Well, I don't know if this is the appropriate time during your initial petition.
Oh,
As
so will I
opposed
have an
to,
opportunity?
as Commissioner Freeman was stating, you do have the opportunity to respond to public testimony.
Okay, great. Then I'll stop right here.
Okay. And now we're going to ask for identification of the issues by staff with Kathy Cerniak, Community Development, responding.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr, members of the commission. I'd like to categorize my comments in 3 ways. First, I'd like to provide some background, some factual background. I'm not going to review the history. Mr. Edelman did a commendable job on that. Then I want to talk about the practical aspects and the appearance of this request on its face. And then third, I want to talk about what the real issue is before the commission. As background, what we know, the facts are there are 2 lots on this property. One is vacant and one is developed. The buildable lot, lot 1, has access. It is fully buildable. Someone could come in and submit an application for a building permit tomorrow on this lot. The plat was recorded in 1997. As Mr. Edelman said, there is evidence in the record of extensive discussion, many, many years of discussion. This subdivision was ultimately approved as a planned preservation subdivision. The code requires for planned preservation subdivisions that the Plan Commission consider varying from the standards in the code to assure that historic resources are protected and to assure that environmental resources are protected. The Plan Commission is charged with looking at subdivisions in that overlay district creatively. And this commission has done that and has applied some unusual, or some might say fairly extensive restrictions. Yes, the discussion of the Gimbel subdivision occurred over the course of many years. Yes, it was controversial. And yes, many negotiations occurred. I did share with Mr. Edelman several weeks ago, before I had a chance to review them, the record of the minutes and staff reports that were available here in the file. And that record demonstrates that there was a lot of discussion and a lot of negotiation. When the plat, toward the end of the discussion, when the plat was submitted for review after many revisions, the Gimbel's representative actually explained that a restriction on a curb cut had been put on the plat for the purpose of protecting the streetscape and protecting the neighboring historic estate. Once approved, once the council approves the subdivision, the city staff does not have the plat in hand, and we do not automatically go to the county to record it. We actually wait for the petitioner to finalize the plat. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes petitioners may challenge the subdivision or may decide not to move forward. In this case, the Gimbels submitted a final plat that they had signed to the city for recording. The Gimbels did not sue. They did not challenge the city's decision. They did not claim there was an error in process. They did not claim that the covenants were overly restrictive. They willingly submitted the plat and asked the city to record it. When the Donovans bought the property, they also bought both lots. And the plat was recorded at that time, and the covenants were available, and presumably anyone who was purchasing the property would have done that due diligence to understand that. Perhaps some of those covenants may have even factored into the purchase price of the two lots together at that time. So now let me move on to what I'll call the kind of the appearance of this petition on its face. The early conversations about, gosh, this lot could really benefit from a direct access to Westminster. On the face, the discussion about the driveway is a logical and reasonable discussion to have. And city staff did go out there, the city arborist did go out. We looked at both the area from which the driveway would extend from the existing access, and we looked at the vegetation in the area along Westminster. In fact, both of those areas have some marginal vegetation, and both of those areas, were this subdivision coming forward today, would be appropriate for discussion about where a driveway should be. That is not the question before the commission. Again, if this subdivision came forward today, my guess is it would still be very controversial, but we may have a different outcome with respect to the driveway. The key point is that after all those years of debate and discussion, there was an approval and there was a plat submitted and a plat recorded with covenants and with restrictions upon which the neighboring property owners should be and are entitled to rely upon. So the issue before the commission is not whether or not a driveway could be accommodated from Westminster, not whether or not there's room between heritage trees for the driveway to go in. The issue before the commission is, should covenants and restrictions that were put on the plat after very thoughtful deliberation and yes, disagreement, should those covenants and restrictions be amended? And is there a compelling reason to amend them? Has there been a significant change in circumstances? Are the reasons that those covenants were put in place no longer applicable? In summary, those covenants, the covenant, I know we're only talking about one, the covenant for a single curb cut was put in place to preserve the streetscape, to protect the historic estate to the east, and to protect traffic safety. Those were the discussion points at that time. All of those factors remain in place, and nothing significant has changed. The hardship is that perhaps the limitation on a driveway directly from Westminster could cause the current owners to recoup less value from the properties today. That is not a hardship or a compelling reason to overturn covenants that are on a recorded document that neighbors are reasonably relying on. Importantly, there are shared driveways and private roadways throughout this community. And in particular, there are a number of private roadways and shared driveways in this area west of Green Bay Road. There are also others in the eastern part of the community. And those shared driveways and private roadways most often are through wooded areas, much as this one is. So this decision on this plat to require a shared driveway and to prohibit a connection directly from Westminster was not highly unusual. There are many other similar situations. And although on the face of this, the driveway question seems pretty simple and pretty reasonable, after doing our due diligence at the staff level, after spending many hours going through 7 years of records, after reviewing other subdivision files, after consulting with the city attorney, after hearing various input, and after working hard to try and come up with a set of findings to in fact support this petition. We always do want to bring you something that you can support. Staff was simply not able to do this. The findings that you have in the staff report are presented only after lengthy due diligence, careful consideration, and really looking at what our responsibility is to the overall community, to past decisions, and to the future. That completes my comments, Chairman Kerr. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have questions and comments or requests for, questions and requests for clarification from the commissioners to the petitioner's staff. And this discussion, we will start with Commissioner Freeman.
Thank you. So, Mike, you're not claiming that when your clients purchased this property, lots 1 and 2, that they weren't aware that they were in fact 2 lots, are you?
Oh, no, they were totally aware there were 2 lots, and I'll go so far as to say, I suspect they were aware of the shared driveway.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Moorhead?
Thank you. For the petitioner, my first question is what facts specific to this property are different now in 2020 than in 1997 that would justify an amendment?
Well, first of all, this goes to one of Kathy's points earlier. She said, are there covenants now that are no longer applicable? I submit to you that this particular covenant was never applicable. It was punitive in nature, and it was not placed on there to serve a benefit to the Noble Judah estate. That's never stated anywhere in the reports. It was strictly premised on preserving the streetscape and for traffic safety reasons. But what has changed in the 23 years is that in that 23-year period, I've been approached in close to a dozen situations to problem solve neighbors' issues with shared driveways in this community. And most recently, I resolved one between David Moore and Rob Krebs over on Mayflower Road, like I told you earlier. And I think in the 23 years, it's become increasingly clear to all of us that shared driveways are undesirable, they're problematical, and that you do it only if you have to. Staff stated there's many similar situations. I don't think there are any similar situations that are on public streets. Yeah, there are wooded areas along Green Bay and maybe Waukegan where there's shared driveways, but those aren't public streets necessarily. Nobody wants a shared driveway. And that's become increasingly clear in the 23 years.
Okay. I'm jumping around in my questions. In your letter from September 8th, so the one from yesterday evening,
yeah,
you used the word punitive 7 times. You called it the subdivision totally improper. That injustice was inflicted. You called it plain wrong. You said the owner capitulated, you referenced power and influence of other residents. My question is, are you saying that the subdivision was improper, or are you saying that the subdivision was proper? I mean, are we arguing whether this was?
No, all of those descriptions that you just reiterated were directed expressly at the shared driveway mandate. Had nothing to do with the lot. I wasn't addressing those comments to the other restrictions, the reduced ridge height, the reduced bulk, the extensive side yard setbacks, the conservation easements. No, because those all are legitimately elements that do benefit the immediate neighborhood, and most particularly the Noble Judah estate. And I suppose I did say the word punitive a lot because I was trying to hammer home that point, because I think of all the conditions, that one was out of line. It was presidential. It set a precedent that I don't think has ever happened before or subsequent in the history of Lake Forest. And it was a bad precedent.
Okay, but just to confirm on this one point,
What?
with respect to the shared driveway, you're saying that the subdivision in 1997 was properly done,
Yes.
but you're just objecting to the condition now. We're not arguing that the subdivision was incorrectly done in 1997.
No. I think the covenant mandating the shared driveway was inappropriate. I don't think it was justifiable.
Okay. In the staff report on page 3, they reference the note 3. This is the shared driveway, the no additional curb cut. And I'm just going to read this. It says, note 3, this is from page 3 of the staff report. Note 3 on the Gimbel subdivision plat is recorded states, number 3, access to lot 1 shall be from the existing driveway leading to the original residence on lot 2. There shall be no additional curb cut from lot 1 onto Westminster Avenue. And then the staff report says the note is clear and unambiguous. Do you agree that the note is clear and unambiguous?
You're asking me?
I am.
Yes, it's clear and unambiguous.
Okay. And then my final question, I guess it's 2 parts. What do you consider the commission's standard of review in this matter?
You know, that's a tough one because this is really a one-off. I suspect you haven't had issues real similar to this come before you, but you have jurisdiction over subdivisions, and this is a subdivision covenant. So that's why we're before you asking you to remove this one restriction. And what's the standard? I think you have to do a weighing and balancing of the detriments and the benefits. And I don't see how permitting the driveway cut we're asking for is detrimental to anybody on Westminster, to any of those objectors who sent you correspondence, because clearly all the correspondence, when you read it, some overtly and some subvertly, they're all intended to thwart construction of a house on this lot. You know, I mean, that's pretty transparent. It's not about the driveway cut that we're asking for. It's about nobody wants to see a house built on the lot. And I get that. I totally get that. This house deserves a whole 3.9 acres. And if somebody comes along and wants to buy both lots and then consolidate them and put a restrictive covenant on there in perpetuity, that would be great. But, you know, that's not the world we live in. That's not realistic. We tried to sell 3.82 acres on Washington Road for almost a year for the Swifts. There are no takers out there, but they gobbled up 4 1-acre lots.
Okay. Section 1.56.006 of the city code deals with subdivision variances. and it says it's regarding the standard of review, and I'm going to paraphrase pretty closely to the text. It says the applicant demonstrates to the satisfaction of the city that extraordinary hardship or practical difficulties unique to the site and not caused by the owner or a prior owner would result from strict compliance. Do you, I'm thinking of my question here. Do you think that's an appropriate standard of review for this matter?
Well, it's a city code, so I would say it has to be appropriate if it's city code. I'm not going to ask you to change the city code for us.
Okay, then in our case, with respect to this matter, what is the extraordinary hardship or practical difficulty?
There isn't. I think what's extraordinary is that the driveway restriction was levied in the first place. I just think that was, I think if the petitioner had had the stomach in 1997 to defend that, he would have prevailed. I think a 304-foot lot on Wesley Road, if he had litigated it, he would have gotten it, but he didn't. And I gave you the reasons why. You know, he had a kid in the high school. This was becoming extraordinarily public and ugly, and he didn't want his child castigated. So, you know, maybe I'm asking you not to apply that standard. I'm asking you to correct an historical wrong.
Well, in that case, I wasn't going to ask this question, but going back to whether you're claiming that the subdivision in 1997 was improperly done, it sounds like you were saying it was improperly done under duress or under punishment or something, and you're asking us to correct the subdivision from 1997.
Yeah, that's exactly. Solely with respect to the driveway restriction. Yeah, I think that was improper. I think it was done in bad faith.
And do you think this is the proper forum for this issue, the Plan Commission?
Well, this is where staff directed me, so this is the forum I'm at right now.
Let me just say this, just to get it on the record. 735 ILCS 5/3-104, it's Illinois statute. The jurisdiction to review final administrative decisions is vested in the circuit courts. So the reason I'm asking that question, if you are claiming that there was an error in the subdivision in 1997, it might be more reasonable to have this be done in the court. That might be the appropriate forum.
Okay, but Commissioner Moorhead, with all due respect, wouldn't you prefer that we resolve it at the Plan Commission level first, and then if need be at the City Council level, and then as a last resort after we've exhausted those forums, then go to court? Wouldn't that be in everybody's best interest?
I'm not going to speak to that, but I will be mindful of it in the later parts of this discussion. And that's all I have for questions.
Commissioner Moorhead, would you please repeat those two conditions for standard of review, extraordinary hardship or?
Sure, it's, I'll just repeat the whole section. The applicant demonstrates to the satisfaction of the city that extraordinary hardships or practical difficulties unique to the site and not caused by the owner or a prior owner would result from strict compliance.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Athenson.
So, Mr. Edelman, I just had a point of clarification on some of your comments. You kept mentioning Wesley Road.
Oh,
So I want to just make sure that it's.
did I do that tonight? Did I just do that tonight?
You did several times, yes.
Yeah,
So just
I
wanna make sure.
apologize. I had to go back through my supplemental statement last night because they're both W's and I keep saying Wesley. I had Wesley in there all over the place and I had to change it to Westminster. Yes, Westminster. Sorry.
Just want to make sure. And then I had a lot of my questions already answered by my fellow board members, but I did also want to follow up on some of your comments when you mentioned that this subdivision was done in bad faith or it was punitive. Are those your opinions or do you have fact on that?
It's inferred in the 116-page history I read, and I genuinely believe that if each of you read those 116 pages, you come to the same conclusion. And it's from discussion with some of the participants that I've spoken to in the last 48 hours, who I named earlier. And it's not with respect to the whole subdivision process. Again, I can't, some of you keep saying that I think the subdivision process was flawed. It was only with respect to the driveway restriction that I think it was improper.
Okay, but that's your opinion.
Yes.
So that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Artman Ruggles?
This is for Kathy. I actually have a question about the shared driveway and the curb cut itself. So if they're allowed only one curb cut from the street, once they get into their property, are they allowed to widen the driveway so that, you know, lot one would be able to kind of, it could be double wide at lot one and then narrow down to the single driveway to somewhat mitigate the shared driveway aspect of the two lots?
There is no restriction on the plat as to where the access from the shared drive into lot one needs to occur. There currently is a slight bump out. If you were out there, you might have seen that, but there's nothing on the recorded plat that specifies. So yes, in my reading, the driveway for lot one could split off at any point and go to the east onto lot one.
Okay. So it's not like you'd have to share the whole like 100 feet length, you know, of the shared driveway. You could come into the lot, break off almost immediately and create basically two driveways off of that one curb cut.
Yes, once you were on the property and out of the right of way.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Commissioner Dixon?
Thank you. Mr. Edelman, you are seeking tonight, just for clarification or for my own clarification, you're seeking modification to the Gimbel subdivision. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, clarifying was something that you said earlier. You stated that it was a balancing act, that shared driveways are punitive. And you said it was a balancing act between the detriments of that punitive in nature of shared driveways. But what's the benefit side?
No, I'm not saying that shared driveways are punitive. The shared driveways that exist are out of necessity. They're good where they're needed and they provide access to multiple property owners. I'm saying that the shared driveway that was mandated in this particular petition in 1996 was intended to be punitive. And I'll go so far as to say, you know, a lot of the people on the Plan Commission back then ran in the same circles with a lot of the people that were on the street. They're very influential. And Mr. Gimbel, may he rest in peace, fought the fight for 6 years. For 6 years he fought it. And when it came to the shared driveway access, number one, I suspect he really didn't realize the inherently problematical nature of what he was accepting. But I think he threw in the towel. And I think he might have been a desperate person insofar as he did take his own life years later.
So you're asking the Plan Commission then tonight to modify and correct something that was done through a process over a period of years, 23 years ago.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. 2020, 1997 now was the original time. So it's 23 years, as Commissioner Dixon said. So 4 years after Mr. Gimbel delivered these documents of his own accord to be signed by the city and then registered, he was able to, he at no time during his ownership did he seek to develop this other lot, and then was able to sell to the Donovans, who have lived in the home for 19, almost 20 years and never sought the need to develop that lot.
No, I think both parties were happy having the whole 4 acres.
So a significant amount of time has passed with this recorded document. And I do get back to the second point that Commissioner Moorhead raised, which has come about in some other discussions on zoning or plan commission. Is there an extraordinary hardship or practical difficulties not caused by the current owner? And yet the Donovans purchased the property knowing there were 2 lots. You have a buildable lot and you do have access. I'm a little wary of accepting some of the comparisons with the other properties on the street because I don't believe any of them provided conservation easement, or as Mr. Niak has said, more of a tree preservation easement. So that's complicating this situation, isn't it?
Well, it's somewhat of a double standard. You know, most of them don't have screening. Most of them have double driveway cuts, and most of them have a lot less frontage than this lot.
I have no other questions. We come to public testimony. Michelle, do we have individuals lined up for public testimony at this time?
Yes, Chairman, we have 2 right now. I'm going to mute again and I'll bring one of them on for you.
Good evening. With whom are we speaking?
Give us just a few more seconds.
Okay.
Chairman, I have Mr. Connell on the line for you.
Good evening, Mr. Connell. I do need to swear you in. Do you solemnly declare and affirm? Could you please state your name, please?
My name is William Connell, and I solemnly swear to tell the truth.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. 2010, I bought the Noble Brandon Judah house, which is falling rapidly.
Mr. Connell, could I ask you to please speak up?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Please speak up. We do hear you. Just speak up.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. In 2010, I bought the Noble Brandon Judah house, which was falling rapidly into a state of decay and on the point of being possessed by the banks through foreclosure. The house is one of the finest in the North Shore and on the National Register of Historic Places placed by the Department of the Interior. It is an Illinois historic landmark and is in a Lake Forest Historic District, as is the lot in question. Since I bought the house, I've spent in excess of $6 million in restoring both the house and the remaining historic grounds. The restorative work has won 2 awards from the Lake Forest Foundation for historic preservation. I've written a book on the family that built the house and presented it to a sellout audience at the Lake Forest Historical Society. I think it's fair to say that my investment in time and money has increased the reputation of Lake Forest and the property value of the entire neighborhood. I want to say right now that I respect the Donovan's property rights, and in particular the right to market Lot 1 as a buildable lot. However, I do not respect the right to change the restrictions on the property. The owners of the property were fully aware of the restrictions on the property when they bought it, and presumably that played a factor in the purchase price. They have suffered and are suffering no hardship because of these restrictions. It's interesting to note that the owner has no intention of actually building a house there. The sole reason for the petition is to increase the market value of the property. One of the reasons I bought the property was a particular charm of the southern side of West Westminster. By the way, the address is West Westminster, not Westminster. And it's certainly not Wesley. The proposed new driveway would diminish that charm. In fact, as Mike Edelman's historical research has shown, the driver restriction was put into place explicitly to protect the value of my property. And I'll quote from his document, and this is mentioned twice. Hold on one second. There will be no additional curb cuts on Westminster that might otherwise alter the streetscape in the vicinity of the adjacent estate house. And that is actually mentioned twice. So the restriction that is being asked to be lifted was explicitly put in place, at least in part, to conserve the value and historical the value of my property. By the way, the neighbors on the east side, 3 neighbors on my east side, all share a driveway, and I've heard no complaints from them. If you were to accept this petition, I mean, I would have no confidence that any of the other restrictions wouldn't be asked to be rescinded by future owners. If 23 years ago, and with a change in ownership, this restriction could be lifted, I would have no confidence in any of the restrictions in the lot surrounding my property. I bought the property and invested this money based on assuming the integrity of the lot restrictions in the surrounding area, which are in the public record. I have the right to rely on the integrity of those descriptions and restrictions. So I oppose this petition.
Thank you.
You get all that?
Yes, we did. Thank you very clearly. And Michelle, would you please bring up the other speaker? And with whom am I speaking?
We're working on it.
Okay.
Ms. Lincoln will be joining us in just a couple seconds.
Chairman, Ms. Lincoln is on the line for you.
Good evening. Would you please state your name?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. This is Amy Lincoln. My
And
husband Luke and I live directly across the street from 211 West Westminster.
Ms. Lincoln, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is. And yes, I will.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
First of all, Mr. Edelman, I want to start by saying I absolutely object to your accusation that this is all about preventing building a house on that lot. My husband and I went to great lengths not to mention that in our written statement. We respect the right of the Donovans to do what they want with the property that they own. That's the fundamental right of our great country. That's not the point of my comment here. The point of my comment here tonight is that it does not matter if the original covenant was punitive. To the chairman's point and several other people's point tonight, the Donovans seem to be fine with the punitive restriction when they bought the house and that lot. And they had 18 or more years to argue this with the city. And one thing that I don't think Mr. Edelman has mentioned tonight is that the Donovan's home on Lot 2 is currently under contract, and they are scheduled to close this month. My understanding that they are moving to their home in Jackson Hole full time. They are simply asking this commission for a change to help them increase the marketability of that lot. And we will have to live with their curb cut and their recycling bin that whoever lives there well after they are gone. Currently, we see beautiful trees. And we are just asking the commission to stand behind the restrictions and the covenants that were written in 1997. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, are there any others wishing to give public testimony?
There are no other callers.
All right, any final questions from the commission to the petitioner or staff? Or directions to the petitioner and staff requests for additional information, after which there will be petitioner and staff, petitioner rebuttal and staff response to public testimony. Any final questions, commissioners? Time for petitioner rebuttal. Mr. Edelman. Almost said Alderman.
I get that all the time. Sure. Again, so I'll start first with staff's comments. The issue is, should the covenants be amended? Is there a compelling reason? Are there covenants which are no longer applicable? And again, I submit that one covenant restricting driveway access should have never been applicable. I don't think it was justifiable. Also, staff reported there are other shared driveways. There are, but in each instance, I submit they're out of absolute necessity, because nobody on a with access to a public street is accepting shared driveway access, unless it's some of those houses in the old neighborhood that are on very narrow lots and the driveways are adjacent to one another, and it's maybe 1.5 driveway that splits off. But 100 foot wide or more, people aren't going to accept shared driveway access. It's just problematical. So there aren't many similar situations to this one. In fact, I don't think there are any similar situations to this one. Commissioner Ruggles asked about where would the shared driveway connect to the existing driveway. That's another flaw created by the Plan Commission process, not in 1978, but in 1996. And that's why I say the driveway restriction was falsely premised on protecting the streetscape, but it was intended really to be punitive and reduce the marketability of the lot. Because typically when you do a subdivision, there's a homeowners association. There are what are known as CCRs. I don't have to explain to the Plan Commission what CCRs are. And in all instances, it's been my experience, the city reviews the CCRs to make sure the lot owners are protected, that they have rights and they have obligations. And there's also rights in a CCR that runs to the city. So what the city did by putting that driveway restriction on was to create what's known in legal parlance as a constructive easement. There's no formal agreement governing who maintains the driveway, who pays for the snow plowing, who repairs the driveway. There's no agreement that's recorded in the public record that states if we want to change it to paver blocks, how many property owners does it take to make a decision? There's no provision what happens if somebody gets foreclosed on and a lender steps in. There's no provision showing where you put the driveway. Do you put it up near the street? Do you put it as far back as the panhandle goes? That normally would have been something that the Plan Commission would have required, I believe, just like they required review of CCRs. They should have required an easement agreement for review and as part and parcel of the approval in 1996. And they didn't. And that just, I think, underscores my point that it really was never intended to be a driveway, shared driveway access per se. It was intended to be an impediment to the marketability of the lot. I think Mr. Connell's comments were eloquent. I know Liam, we're personal friends, and we just, we're on different sides of the equation here. I really don't believe he feels in his heart of hearts that the one more driveway cut's going to hurt his house in value or anything. He doesn't want a house built there on lot 1, and I understand that. I can't criticize him for that. But a house is going to be built there one day, whether it's a shared driveway access or not. And why not permit it to be the best possible design that one could hope for? All the 3 houses to the west of this lot all have a single driveway cut to a nice motor court, and the houses don't have a lot of screening because people are proud to display them. They're beautiful houses. And I would think that's what any owner of lot 1 who ultimately builds a house on would want there. And you also have to consider the driveway, shared driveway is going to be about 3 to 4 times as long as direct access to not Wesley, but to Westminster. And there's going to be impervious surface considerations. And I know how the Plan Commission is concerned about impervious surface. It just, by having direct access to Westminster, it would really provide for a much better development plan, which I would think Mr. Connell would prefer than one that's compromised. And I think the shared driveway is going to compromise the development of this lot. Miss Lincoln across the street, her comments, I didn't have to mention the 211s under contract because it's in the staff report. And maybe she didn't read it in its entirety, but staff mentions that in the staff report, I believe. That I saw it in there. And that's a correct statement. Yeah, in hindsight, there's no question. It probably would have been better for the Donovans to come forward with this shortly after they purchased the property. But at the time, I think they were in a position to afford to own both lots and enjoy it as a vacant lot out in front of her. Unfortunately, the people who are under contract to purchase the house don't place as much value on having the 4 acres to themselves, and they're only purchasing lot 2 with the house. And those are all the rebuttal comments I have.
Thank you. And staff response to public testimony?
Just 2 comments. One is, again, I think it's important to reiterate that there is no prohibition on development of this lot. This lot can be developed, and my second point is Mr. Connell commented that if in fact this covenant is lifted without any compelling reason, without any demonstrated hardship or difficulty, it would make it very hard for neighbors to have any confidence that future restrictions, covenants wouldn't be lifted. In Mr. Edelman's letter of yesterday, he states that if in fact this request is granted, that staff would have the ability to fend off non-qualifying requests. I submit that that is exactly what staff is trying to do in this case, because after extensive research and consideration, we do not find that there is any compelling reason, compelling support for this request. Those are all my comments, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, public testimony has been closed, and it is time for commission members to discuss and comment on this proposal. I believe we'll start again, given the Zoom format. I'll call on each commissioner. Commissioner Freeman.
Thank you. You know, it was very interesting to hear the whole history of the property and the property next door, but to my understanding of our role and the charge of this commission, the operative time frame is 2001, when the petitioner purchased the two lots. You know, again, I find it interesting, but I just don't think that the compromise, and I think by all representations and inferences, that's what it was, in 1997 that spared litigation, is a compromise that was known to the purchasers of this property and was clearly something that was contemplated, known, caused by this current owner or the previous owner. The other thing that I think is really unusual about the situation is just not only the property itself, right? And this confluence of perhaps poorly monitored zoning and the ordinance, you know, the reference to that historically, that perhaps this should never have been zoned that way, and the city has an obligation to continue and monitor zoning, and I think does a much better job now. And maybe it's because of this, I don't know, I haven't followed it through the whole history, but you know, that may be peculiar, but it is an unusual setup, and it's particularly unusual in my mind because it's not just that the petitioner has failed to present an undue hardship or change in circumstances not caused by the current or previous owner. It's that you have this very unusual estate next door where the investment in that property on the reliance of the plat that was filed in 1997, 23 years ago, those improvements we heard were millions of dollars invested in the property. And so, you know, it is unusual, and I appreciate the advocacy, Mr. Edelman, I do. And I think, I don't know what I would have done were this presented to us as a commission in 1997. But what I can say is that's not my role today. My role today is to look at 2001 and what's happened since. And what I see is a situation where the city could be put in an extraordinarily risky situation by picking winners and losers over property rights here. And I just don't think that's our role as a plan commission. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Moorhead?
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Freeman. There's a lot of history on this property, but the fact that note 3 is not ambiguous. You know, you look to the parole evidence rule in Illinois. Courts typically don't look. If there's no ambiguity, you look at the four corners of the agreement. And in our case, we look at the subdivision, the signed subdivision dated 1997. And so I wouldn't spend time looking at the history up to the date that the subdivision agreement was entered into. So there's a lot of information, but I agree that we look, really, I look at it from 1997 forward, maybe 2001, but 1997. My second point, the petitioner has not demonstrated that there's an extraordinary hardship or practical difficulty unique to this site and not caused by the owner or a prior owner. And And I think that is the standard of review. And again, it's from the city code. So I think we haven't met that threshold. Then I guess my final point, that's if we are looking at this as an amendment, but the petitioner in his written submittals and his oral testimony here has said consistently that this is punitive, it's improper, it's that the subdivision was punitive, improper, plain wrong, it was an injustice inflicted, it was done in bad faith, that the owner capitulated more or less to power and influence, and there was a child that was potentially castigated by peers. But that all goes to whether there was a valid contract formation and whether this is a valid subdivision. And if that is the issue, I don't think the Plan Commission is the appropriate forum. That has to go to circuit court. So I would say two things. One, this application fails for failure to meet the threshold requirements. But in the alternative, if the issue is whether this is a valid subdivision or not, that's not within our purview. So those are my thoughts. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard from two of our attorneys. How about the third attorney, Commissioner Dixon?
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying, I appreciate Mr. Edelman's historical summary of how we got to the point that we're at this evening. I thought that was very helpful, both orally here tonight and in his letter that he laid out. Also appreciate the comments that were received from the neighbors. Next, I'd like to add that, I respect, as it's been said previously by many folks, I respect the Donovans and their property rights that they have. I respect that Lot 1 is a buildable lot with certain restrictions. Furthermore, I respect the process that took place 23 years ago and took place over a period of years to get to, and that was the Gimbel subdivision. And with that said, like other commissioners, I've asked here this evening, and I've not heard whether it from the current petitioner or even insinuated from, I guess it's been insinuated in some respects, but what the hardship or difficulties were or that have occurred or changed in the last 23 years that would warrant the Plan Commission to legitimately make a change to this Gimbel subdivision. I'd go so far as to say that the restrictions that were put into place on the Gimbel subdivision were not punitive, and that they were put into place to protect the streetscape on this beautiful stretch of Westminster, and the significant and magnificent Noble Judah estate that is located on Westminster here. So those are my feelings, and I think the process was previously discussed in many forms 23 years ago, and the proper course of action would have been to take steps then. And I agree with Commissioner Moorhead that there are other steps that could be taken, but certainly aren't appropriate for the Plan Commission to take here this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Atkinson.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Edelman for his really comprehensive study of this site and the conditions and the situation. I know that took a lot of research for you, and it was very interesting, and thank you for doing that. But I have to say the most compelling testimony I heard was from Mr. Connell. And I am so impressed and indebted to him of all the work and love he put into this property, which is a gem of our community. But, you know, the facts of this, this petition tonight is, as I think my fellow commissioners have stated, is that the Donovans bought this property fully understanding and accepting the restrictions of this subdivision. And amending the subdivision would set a bad precedent for our community. I mean, this subdivision process was long and well thought out by many boards and commissions of the city, by residents, and even by the petitioner. It wasn't a quick thing that was just slapped together. There was a lot of thought put into this. And these restrictions, as we have keep saying, were put in place to guide the potential development of this site. We're not saying you can't develop it. And specifically to protect the southern streetscape, which is different from the northern side, the historic Noble Judah estate, and also the traffic safety. It is, you know, there's a lot of bikers and walkers down here too, and that's increasing. So the other thing that, you know, that there is no hardship presented here tonight. And in fact, the arborist identified possible paths for a new driveway to new construction here. So it is quite possible to build a driveway that will service a new home on lot 1. So I'm in agreement that I think for what many of my fellow commissioners have stated, that I don't support amending the subdivision. There's no hardship, and this was not punitive. That is an opinion of Mr. Edelman's. This was something that the petitioner had accepted when they bought the property, and it's not fair to the rest of our community to amend this just so they get a fair market value on this. So that's all my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Artman Ruggles.
I'll keep this pretty simple, as the rest of the commissioners have stated their cases pretty strongly. Simply, I do agree that the owners, you know, purchased the property knowing of all the restrictions that were placed on the property, and it would be, I think, unwise to go back on that decision, you know, right now. And I do think that the lot 1 is definitely a buildable lot. I think that there could be ways to mitigate that single curb cut and create you know, driveways that would work for those properties.
Thank you. It appears that we're all in agreement on the key issues, that none of us see an extraordinary hardship. I'd like to look to the future, because Mr. Edelman has a vast experience with shared driveways. And would it be appropriate for him to draft a shared driveway arrangement for his client, given his vast experience in this, that would perhaps preclude some of the problems he's seen in, say, very old transactions that were less formal? It is a buildable lot. I appreciate Commissioner Ruggles' comments on perhaps widening that driveway cut. You could even use different materials, perhaps, so that each owner could take care of their maintenance as they see fit. Non-authority on that, but just some suggestions to look to the future. If you consider a shared driveway to still be an issue, having a firm legal agreement may minimize any conflicts. I would have to ask our attorneys and Ms. Cerniak. Mr. Edelman has suggested a continuance. I don't know to what purpose that would serve. May I get the comment from the attorneys first, Mr. Edelman? The attorneys on the commission.
Well, I'd be interested to hear what Mike has to say, but I don't think, given all of the comments and the focus of them and the record as it stands, that there's anything different here or that could be different. And That's why I tried to make a point of order early on. I mean, it's up to the petitioner whether to proceed or not. And we've had a full and I think fair public hearing on this issue. And I'm, unless Mike can tell me that there's some piece of evidence that he hasn't uncovered in his scouring of the 116-page record that he's done already, I don't know what purpose that would serve.
May I respond to that?
Yes, please,
Yeah.
Mr. Edelman.
I'm not going to ask for a continuance, number one. And number two is I'd like to say that I respect all of your comments. I think you all have given a lot of intelligent and honest and thoughtful commentary, which makes it a little bit easier for me to go back to the Donovans and just explain what the thought process was. So no, I'm not going to ask for a continuance, and so we can move this along. I would just ask if I could make a couple of comments after you do your roll call, or I can make them now.
Please make them now.
Okay. Number one, I was going to say I'm pleased as punch that Donati's is coming back, and number two, I love this forum. I think this is a great way to conduct business, and it might be the future. Maybe we'll go back to the old ways, but this is a terrific way to do these hearings. And so I thank each and every one of you for your participation in this, and I thank staff. And that's all.
Thank you. I would invite a motion.
I'll make a motion. And thanks, Mike, for that clarification and your kind comments. You certainly speak from experience when you talk about, what goes into this process. And you've been a great servant to the city yourself, and I appreciate all that. And lesson learned, next time I'll let you talk first. I would make a motion to deny the request for amendments to the plat for the Gimbel subdivision, which was recorded in 1997 based on the following. And I have 5 findings, Kathy, just to warn you up front. So I'll wait for you to. The first one is as represented in the staff report. Number 1, the approvals of the Gimbel subdivision, including all of the notes, covenants, and restrictions on the recorded plat, were granted after a thorough public process and full public hearing. Number 2 is new. Finding the restrictions were specifically added to preserve the streetscape. Number 3, the plat was recorded over 23 years ago, and the restrictions were known to the current owners at the time of their purchase in 2001. Number 4, the record includes testimony that neighboring properties relied on the clear and comprehensive language in the plat. Number 5, the petitioner has not met her burden under the code. And number 6, Lot 1 of the Gimbel subdivision is a buildable lot under the terms and conditions as approved in 1997, consistent with the final plat of subdivision submitted by the then owners, the Gimbels, to the city for recording, and as were in full force and effect when purchased by the current petitioner. Those are my findings in support of the motion.
Do we hear a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Cernak, will you please do the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Artman Ruggles.
Nay, nay. Is that right?
No, it's a motion to
Deny.
deny the
So
request.
yay, aye.
Commissioner Dixon.
I got confused.
Aye.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moorhead.
Aye.
Chairman Kerr.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays. The motion to deny the petition passes.
Thank you, Mr. Edelman. We
And
do
I-
appreciate
And I thank you too. And relative to your comments about putting an easement agreement in place, I'm not the attorney handling the sale of Lot 2, but I've had conversation with him that that has to be done before he closes that sale. And he agrees. And either I'll draft it or I might prevail upon George Covington to handle that. But you were spot on with that comment. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. We have 2 more items on the agenda. Is it appropriate now to take a 5-minute break? Yes. All right. So we are adjourned for 5 minutes. Short break. It's now 8:50.
Michelle, Kathy.
I'm here, Nick. Michelle.
Yeah, just making sure I connect. Thank you.
Nick, I'm here.
Hi.
This is Diana.
Hi, Diana.
Planning Commission is now back from its adjournment and in session. Our next item of business is public hearing and action for consideration of a campus redevelopment plan for property located on the southeast corner of Everett and Waukegan Roads. Approval of a special use permit authorizing a drive-through lane for a coffee or food service business and variances from code requirements relating to required parking, zoning setbacks, and building height. Proposed commercial development includes a 3-story medical office building and a single-story retail and service business. Property owner and applicant is 1015 LLC and 1045 LLC. Carmine Iosu, Luke and Nicole Mertens, Joshua Iosu, Megan Iosu, and Joseph Iosu as members. And the representative, I believe, will be giving testimony tonight is Jack Frigo of Frigo and Associates. Oh, I don't see him.
I can see you. I don't know if you could see and hear me.
Okay, yes, your name is not there.
Oh, that's right. It's a series of numbers.
Right. So before we proceed, I do want to remind members of the public that we, at an appropriate time after the petitioner has given their statement, we would welcome comments from the public. And the dial-in number is 847-810-3643. That's 847-810-3643. Do commission members have any ex parte or conflicts of interest to report on this agenda item? Seeing none, I would ask all members who are going to speak, who we now see in the queue. I'd like to swear you all in at once if possible. Okay. So I see Nick Patera, Chris Lewis, Carrie Wolben Mead. These are all members of the design team, or I want to make, okay.
Chairman Kerr, you also have Diana Melikar and Mr. Iosu and Mr.
And Jack Frigo. So if all of you, some are only available, I guess, by phone and not video. I will ask each of you, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frigo, will you be starting the
Yes.
20-minute
yes, Chair,
presentation? Okay, if possible, we do ask our, particularly given the length of this evening's meeting, if you could try and contain it to 20 minutes.
Chair Kerr, thank you. We respect your time. We're happy to be here. We, like Mike Edelman, appreciate this format. I'm glad you took the 5-minute recess. I've been watching the earlier presentation, and about the time that Commissioner Freeman was making the motion, my iPad came up that I had 4% power and I was about to lose connectivity. So I'm coming to you from a cabin in the Rocky Mountains, and we were scrambling around looking for an extension cord to plug in. So not much stagecraft here, but happy to be here. What I'd like to do is first thank you for the opportunity, and also thanks to Kathy Cerniak and the staff for making the technology work so we can all connect with you. I'd like to tell you how we'd like to use our 20 minutes, and we'll be respectful of that. And Kathy, if you would tip us off as we get close to that, we'll wrap it up. I'd like to go through quickly our development team. And you mentioned Carmen Iosu and his family. They're the property owners and they're the developer. I'm the Iosu family's real estate advisor. Diana Melikar is our project architect. Civil engineer is Pearson Brown, Ron Adams. Our land planner is Nick Patera, who you see on your screen. We've worked with Nick quite some time on this project. Landscape design is Carrie Wolben Mead and Frank Mariani at Mariani Landscape. Our traffic engineer is KLOA, both Louie Abuna and Brendan May. Our lighting consultant is Charter Sills, Chris Lewis, who you see on your screen as well. We're represented, our land use attorney is Jerry Callahan. I believe all of these parties are on either by phone or by video. What I'd like to do, Carmen is going to speak in a couple of moments about his vision and his background and how he came to this project. But I'd like to take a moment to mention that we have contacted quite a few of the neighbors. We've sent them certainly material that we were required to, but we've also reached out and spoken with Richard Sugar, Ed Sachs, and Joe Pasolino at the Chateaus. I've spoken to Father Nasius at St. Mary's. We've communicated with Monsignor Dempsey across the street as well. John and Richard Cortese and their property manager, John Sheridan. Jerry Jacks, who's an owner in partnership with the CIBC building, and also David Lee, who is the CEO of Lake Forest Bank and Trust. They own the property at 959, just to the north of this, the Lake Forest West Branch, West Lake Forest Branch. The other thing I'd like to mention is I'm sure you know, the city and IDOT are planning to expand Everett Road and improve Everett Road at some point in the future, hopefully the not too distant future. And that expansion is going to be on the south side of Everett Road. Carmen Iosu and I have met with Kathy Cerniak and IDOT's representatives on that matter. We've looked at the impact that would have on his property, which is also the subject property, but also 1025 West Everett Road, which he purchased in 2012. So there would be a taking of the corner piece that used to house the BP station. And so with Nick Patera's help, we have designed a site plan, which Nick will discuss, where we can accommodate that. And we, as Kathy could tell you, we've been very cooperative in working with the city to make that land available. And we don't require any additional setback. Our setback for the corner retail building complies with the 20-foot setback of the new right-of-way. That doesn't exist yet, but at some point will. So we've planned ahead in anticipation of that, and we're for it. We think it's a good improvement. It's been a long time coming, and we're cooperative in that regard. I'd like to ask Carmen to take a few moments and discuss his experience here and how he has put the team together that he has, so we can be successful and meet his long-term objectives. Carmen, if you're on, could you be switched over to, please?
Do I just, what did I do?
Got you.
We can hear
There
you.
you are.
Okay, you can hear me, okay. My wife Tina and I are long-term residents of Lake Forest. We moved here in 1993. We raised our 6 children here, so we're very familiar with all of the services and facilities and people of Lake Forest. And we're enjoying being part of the community, and we donate to a lot of the charities, including Northwestern Foundation and other charities, schools, etc., in our community. We have owned 1025 West Everett since 2012. Following the Waterway Car Wash Plan rejection, we wanted to acquire the property, combine it with 1025 Everett Road, and do something special with the combined property. Something high quality and long-term, something that the community could really be proud of. That's why we assembled, with Jack's help, the development team we have. Melikar Architects, Tasca Associates, Mariani Landscaping, among others. All professionals that know the Lake Forest community well. We want to be a good neighbor. We respect all of our neighbors and worked hard to be considerate of them in our planning. We're pleased with our campus plan. Our family is comfortable making a significant long-term investment in Lake Forest. With that as background, I'd like to hand back to Jack Frigo, who will introduce our specific team members to discuss our development plan.
Thank you, Carmen. What I'd like to do is ask Nick Patera to go through the site plan and describe how we arrived at the plan that we did arrive at. Nick, I see that you first have the aerial context exhibit, which is a good place to start. So if you could just orient us all and then move on to the site plan, please.
Thank you, Jack. Tell me that you're seeing, Jack, and I heard you say it, but the aerial context plan is showing up on everyone's screens at this point?
It's showing up on mine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And the background on this is really a little bit about what Carmen was saying. Was it's not all about us. Eventually, we're going to get into the elements of the campus that we've been able to create at this southeast corner. But it really is all about how do we fit into Settler Square. What you're looking at within the red outline is the B1 district that comprises of a multitude of different uses. It's pretty comprehensive that we've got school, church, grocery store, metro parking, fire station, and groceries, a multitude of services. And this is really what we're aiming to complement in context. And also the more important part is to transition to the neighborhoods to our east and to our south. As we move through, looking at the site itself, we've got a pretty significant amount of impervious area. We all know the site. You're not seeing landscape buffers around the old BP Amoco. Pasquesi is long gone on this view. And you can see the 1045 Oyosu building at the corner of this property, but also notice the residential transition to the villas that are to the south. That's the white roof, the L-shaped building, and the chateaus to the east, and the vegetated buffer. That really strikes you as saying, what can we do to make this better? And again, looking at the residential transition to the commercial, this is the important element of what we're looking at, not just to say how are we behaving with our site and shaping up the interior of our site, but how are we working with our parking, how are we relating our structures as we go through this presentation. The curb cuts that are on Waukegan Road, we will still be keeping the one southern curb cut that's at the south end of the property. But we'll be closing off 3 of the former, the north curb cut north of Pasquesi and the 2 that are feeding the former Amoco. Likewise, on the Everett Road side, those 2 aprons that fed the Amoco BP station at one time will be closed off. And at that location will become the taper beginning for the Everett Road right-of-way improvements. The red brick driveway that's now feeding the 1045 building, that will remain. So we'll still have one at the Everett Road entrance. We'll have the south entrance over on Waukegan Road, and then a midpoint entrance that I'll come back and show you later. The austerity of this corner isn't really pedestrian friendly. We aim to make this a lot more enhanced as far as being a safe crossing, a safe vehicular corner, as well as a location where we can have a comfortable pedestrian experience and a visual experience to the traffic and the passersby. What do you see different here is a residential transition as we head, this is looking west toward the train tracks and Waukegan Road, but as we head east, you can see that the parking lots are buffered. You can see that the landscape is making a transition from the parkway to the sidewalk to the landscape foreground. This is the area where the transition and the taking with IDOT widening will occur, and it completes itself at about the location where you're seeing the brick driveway. So it's about a 10-foot widening that'll relocate streetlights and some of the landscape, but we'll still have this residential kind of feel in the transition to what we become as this property goes through its development. These are just some shots of the Waukegan Road frontage. No longer will you see a blank asphalt part of the property.
Say, Nick,
Yeah.
Nick, I
Yes.
apologize to interrupt. We are short on time. If you could deal with the site plan, and then we'll ask Diana to discuss the architecture and leave a little time for Carrie to discuss the landscaping.
Simply enough, thank you, Jack. The access points on Everett Road are shown on the north. It has 3 different orientations within the property to find easy rotation within the property. We still have 2 entrances coming in off Waukegan Road. There are buildings now facing Waukegan Road, with the medical building at the south west, named Building B on this exhibit. This is an auto court that's in the area between Building B and the corner Building A. That's the single-story building that we will have as a drive-through circulation. But again, you'll see there's landscape around the entire perimeter of the site. Just to move through, there are trash enclosures south of the A building and south of the C building. And we're showing that the parking is really tucked in back behind the buildings. As we go through, Diana will explain further on the architecture, so we can come back to some of these if we like. Diana, if you'd speak up from this point.
Sure. Hi, this is Diana Melikar of Melikar Architects. As introduced earlier by our team, our design is inspired by a campus concept. In this image, we rotated the site plan so north is to the right. We also indicate the 3 campus building elevations shown in relative scale to each other below the plan. When looking at the site plan above, you can see that the 3 buildings progress in footprint size, smaller, medium, and larger. When looking at the building elevations below, you can see that the 3 buildings also progress in building scale. This was intentional, as the building masses step taller as we move away from the intersection of Waukegan and Everett Roads. Retail Building A is the smallest building in footprint and is 1 story in height. The building will allow for views beyond it to 10. Oh, can you go back again, Nick?
Yeah.
Go back. We're still on the first image. There you go. Okay. Retail Building A is the smallest building in footprint and is 1 story in height. So you can see that. The second in footprint size and height is the existing 1025 Everett Road Building C. You can see that the 2-story 1025 building size complements the new retail and office buildings. Office B's footprint is not that much larger than the 1025 building's footprint. Logically, the office building B should be the larger building on site, as the building sizes crescendo up to it on the campus. The new office building B doesn't overwhelm the site when you compare its facade to 1025's building facade. Office building B serves important functions as a southern gateway along Waukegan Road and to conceal the parking lot behind it. In the images below, you can see that all 3 buildings share a common palette of materials and a stylistic balance and symmetry. So now if we can go to the next image, Nick, thank you. Here's a photo of the existing 1025 West Everett building front. It is traditional in design, similar to the adjacent residential neighborhood. The central pedimented portico entry with tall columns and lantern tower dominate the facade, and balanced, symmetrical, but subordinated gable roof wings flank the building mass. Materials include asphalt shingles, brick walls, windows with muntins and stone sills, and brick corner coins. We can go to the next one. These are images of the proposed retail building A. The right side shows the building footprint and the left side shows the east and north elevations. Starting with the existing 1025 West Everett Road building that we just saw as its launching point, the new retail building marries a commercial food service building footprint with 1025's central pedimented entry, balanced building massing and symmetry, shingled gable roof, windows with muntins, and cut limestone accents. The west and south elevations will be similar to the north and east facades, making the building architecture consistent on all four sides. We will provide non-transparent glazing on exterior facades where interior building functions should not be seen from the outside, similar to the Chase Bank nearby. You can go to the next one. Yeah, super. Here's an exterior view of the retail building A looking from the northeast. The mechanical equipment is hidden in the roofscape, and pergolas at outdoor seating balance the front entry and tie into other white trim and pergola features on the campus site. You can go to the next one. Thank you. Here we are showing the retail building A and the office building B together. The palette of building materials and styles of these two buildings are compatible. The new medical office building's style blends the traditional aspects of the neighborhood's commercial architecture while taking a fresh approach for its medical building use. Tenants and patients alike are looking for cutting-edge technology and medical treatment in the office building, and hence the building has a forward-looking appearance. You can go to the next one. Thank you. This is the Waukegan Road elevation of the office building B. As mentioned, this building serves as the southern gateway to the Westlake Forest Business District. As with the new retail and 1025 buildings, it has balance, symmetry, and a central feature flanked by subordinated building masses on either side. The central glassy feature gently arcs on the Waukegan Road side, serving as a metaphor for the roadway as it curves. You can go to the next one. Thank you. Here you can see the north side of the office building. The very north facade is rendered in color. The main east-west axis of the building is shown in black and white as it is set further back. On the left-hand side is the passenger drop-off entry canopy, and on the right is the Waukegan Road canopy and terrace. The main east-west axis feature not only crowns the building, but also importantly screens the rooftop mechanicals from the neighbors. We indicate the mechanicals here by those gray rectangles that you see on the roof for your information, yet in reality, they will not be visible. If you go to the next one. Yep. Here's an image of the eastern parking lot facade of the office building. Regarding the architecture of this building, the four building corners are anchored by brick walls with decorative stone belts, making vague reference to the brick coins on the 1025 West Everett building. Curtain wall is bookended by these building corners, and brick pilasters with stone bases intimate a modern take on 1025's columns. Curtain wall is articulated with heavier and finer metal mullions and muntins to provide a human scale and to create a consistent rhythm and similar proportion throughout the building. Stone accents are shown in the brick band separating the first floor fenestration from the two-story curtain wall above. A decorative painted metal sunshade feature above the upper stone band visually terminates the brick pilasters on all four building walls. Floor-to-floor heights are sized to allow for 10-foot first floor ceilings and 9-foot ceiling heights on the upper two levels. Next image. Thank you. Here you can see that all four elevations of the medical office building B are consistently treated in architectural style. We will select non-reflective glazing systems for glass surfaces. Mellicar Architects is also working closely with Chris Lewis with Charter Sills. He's our team's lighting designer, to ensure that building lighting is respectful of the neighbors. And finally, last image. Here is a ground floor plan of the medical office B to help you understand the massing of the elevations. You can see that the building is organized by balance and symmetry. And that's it for the architecture.
Thank you, Diana. Kathy, how are we doing on time?
About a minute and 45 seconds, but the commission may
Gary?
give you a few more.
Great.
For that.
I'll be
All
really
right, well, let's,
quick. So
all right,
I'm
Gary, go for it.
okay. I'm
And
Carrie
then I'll come
Carrie
back.
Addy's
Thanks.
Landscape, and Nick started off by mentioning that we really wanted to focus on making the campus pedestrian friendly, and we're doing this through the color of the materials. You can see designated crosswalks through the site, but we're also doing it through integrating a pergola, which is kind of between building A and B, to really invite pedestrians in and have a place to sit. Maybe if they picked up something to drink, they could hang out there. And then the second big feature is the corner, which you saw the before. The current shot is a little lackluster, so we wanted to invite people to sit, have a little bit more pizzazz at that corner there. So there'll be some kind of architectural pergola detail there with seating as well. We are also incorporating a 6-foot-high solid fence on the east and south side to the single-family homes next to them to add privacy. But we're layering that with a row of shade trees. So they'll not only have the 6-foot-high fence, they'll have the canopy of the larger shade trees beyond that to help soften views. And then last, I'm trying to keep it to a minute, there is a sustainable initiative. We're trying to use native plants and trees off the City of Lake Forest suggested tree planting list. So that is part of the game plan. So how'd I do?
I think you did great. Chair Kerr, that concludes our presentation. We have our other professionals available to discuss lighting, parking, traffic, et cetera, civil engineering. So we want to respect the 20-minute time limit. And if you would like to proceed with your process and ask any questions or discussion, we're all available.
Chairman Kerr, you're on mute.
There we go. It didn't
Great,
work
thank
with
you.
the microphone. Now I would ask Kathy Cerniak to please present staff's statement of issues on the proposal.
And Nick, maybe I could ask you, since we're going into commission questions, to, for now, stop sharing your screen so that the commission can view each other. Thank you.
Yep.
I will keep my comments short. I want to talk about two things. The requests that we expect to be before the commission as part of this, and then the process. This is a request for a special use permit. That special use permit would approve the overall site plan, would approve a drive-through for a coffee shop. If, for instance, in the future, a fast food restaurant wanted to go in there, from staff's perspective, that would require further review. The request before you is for a drive-through for a coffee shop or a similar business. And something that I missed, and thank you to Commissioner Freeman for pointing out, the special use permit will also need to authorize the first floor professional offices. In the B1 district, professional offices are allowed on floors above the first floor and are allowed on the first floor through a special use permit. So those can all be authorized through a special use permit. The special use permit can also authorize variances. A parking variance is requested. We are still working through the numbers, but more important than the exact numbers, certainly a variance from specific parking requirements is reasonable. I think the key is that we want to make sure this site is successful, not just in the short term, but in the long term. I believe that the petitioners are prepared to talk in depth about parking and review their thought process on that. There is also a slight corner yard setback requested for the professional office building, and it is very slight, and it really is caused by the curve in Waukegan Road. A height variance is also requested for the professional office building. That is actually under the purview of the Building Review Board. You have your staff report in front of you. Staff believes that this site plan, this proposed development is very responsive to many of the comments that this commission heard a couple years ago when you were considering another petition for this site. Tonight, we are recommending that you give an indication of where you're at with this overall development. If you're prepared to do so, direct us to move this forward to the Building Review Board. We will also, during that time, work through some final calculations and get some other details. And then we would anticipate bringing this back to you after Building Review Board completes this work, once we have all the final details worked through for final review. That concludes my comments for now. I will return it to the commission for questions.
Thank you. And I'm going to start with Commissioner Artman Ruggles, who I recall correctly was involved in the early proposal for this site as well.
Thank you, Chairman Kerr. In concept, I do like the proposed campus plan with the medical office building and some small commercial on site. I think the architectural imagery is very appropriate. I do have concerns about the overall height of the office building itself. So I think moving forward, that should be something that the Building Review Board should review, and to the appropriate levels, you know, having the streetscape transition, you know, and that massing elevation would be important to have. Another concern I have is the parking, or really the lack of parking. I mean, I think at the staff report says there's about 100 parking spots, which is 60 short of what is required. You know, that's about half the parking. So they have only about half the parking that a normal petition should have. So I think that needs to be thought through. I know there's talk about like shared parking, you know, across the street and at, you know, the St. Patrick's or St. Mary's, but I think that's something that needs further discussion, because, you know, having people, you know, cross that intersection, it's a pretty busy intersection, and that came into focus when we had the other petition, you know, just the concern about, you know, pedestrian crossing in that area. So, but I think it's a great start. I think the community would welcome this type of development.
Commissioner Artman Ruggles, do you have any specific questions for Jack Frigo or other members of the team?
Have you considered underground parking at all?
We have, Commissioner. We looked at underground parking. It's about an 8,500 square foot floor plate. The only access point that we could design that didn't impair the other parking on the east side would be between the building and Waukegan Road. We looked at that. We were able to get 16 parking spaces underground, garage spaces. However, we violated the IDOT setback for the roadway that is required. So we were not able to pursue that. And you raised a good point about parking, both for, say, the variance, but also for the commercial viability of this. And that's critical to us and to the Iosu family. We really do believe that there is abundant nearby parking, both on City of Lake Forest land that can be available for certain arrangements to park, as well as St. Mary's and St. Pat's, and even at 959 South Waukegan Road, Lake Forest Bank and Trust has surplus parking there. So we think that the offsite parking, and if I could take a moment, Chair Kerr, to talk a little bit about how we look at the offsite parking arrangements.
Yes, please.
Is this all right with you at this point? As you know, Carmen Iosu owns 1025 West Everett Road. That is predominantly a medical office building. And in those leases, we have arrangements and requirements that the staff in the offices park at St. Pat's. And we have a license agreement with St. Pat's to do that. And that's been a very successful relationship.
Sorry,
what I
is
think
that
is
St.
important
Pat's
to
or
know,
St. Mary's? It
that
says St.
we
Mary's.
park at St. Pat's. It says St. Mary's. Our
Okay.
license agreement is with St. Pat's though, so
Okay.
it may be, I may have put St. Mary's in error. so our working arrangement with our tenants, which is a provision in the lease, requires the staff to park off-site, and we found convenient spaces for them to do that. When we look at the medical office building, certainly we would rather have more on-site parking, but we don't have the ability to put more on-site parking. And when you look at a medical office user, about 50% of the parking requirement that they need is made up of their staff, the nursing and clerical staff, and the other 50% is patients and physicians. And so the way we have budgeted our parking and the way we allocate it is that physicians will park on site, and patients and visitors will park on site, and that the staff will park off site. And we've worked through the parking ratios, and we currently are working with a dermatology practice for the entire 3rd floor and looked at what their parking ratio is when we look at the staff as balanced with the patients and the physicians. And it works out really well. They actually need 1.88 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet if their staff parks off site. So physicians and patients can park on site. We are also working with a oral surgeon for half of the 1st floor, the south half of the 1st floor. And that is similar. They have a slightly higher parking requirement, but they come in at about 2.4 spaces per 1,000 when we allocate space for the physicians, the oral surgeons, and their patients. And again, the staff would park off site. So we think this is a great use of the property, and it also takes advantage of public resources and institutional and some corporate resources available, both the church, the city of Lake Forest parking, as well as the potential for Lake Forest Bank and Trust parking. So we're comfortable with it. We think that our parking ratio that we have and the variance that we request will allow us to be successful and have patients and physicians park on site, as well as visitors to the coffee shop.
Commissioner Ruggles, do you have any other questions at this time?
I guess my only comment back towards that is the parking might work for a medical office building, but if the change of use of that building would become something that's more dense, with occupant load, I just don't want, the petitioners to have a situation where they don't have enough parking to meet their business needs.
That's a fair concern.
That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Dixon?
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying, wow, what a fantastic plan here from the vision, certainly from the property owners, the IOSUs, and Jack, the team that you've assembled here. There's certainly been a great deal of forethought that has gone into this property that has had a long storied history here in Lake Forest. But more importantly, as has been pointed out in the materials, it really is a gateway to Lake Forest and to certainly the southern western end of Lake Forest. So I think this will be a much welcomed and needed improvement to that section of the city. So thank you for that. I would simply add one point, and I know it's in the staff recommendations, and I know you have people here this evening to address it, and it's really the traffic studies that are going to take place. There's really no need to do a deep dive on that right now, but certainly that's something that has been sort of a push point in the past on this corner. I know you've addressed it. I also know that this intersection is going to be slightly reconfigured. And it sounds like the property owners have graciously agreed to work with the city. So that will be addressed, and I think that should be addressed. And to me, that's a highlight to be addressed, which is the traffic there. The parking, I'm not so much concerned about for the reasons I think that certainly have been addressed here. It sounds like there is a great deal of support from the existing property owners that surround this site. We have letters to that effect. So I think that will be addressed in that regard. Also for the medical building, parking for at least 50%, Jack, as you just said. I think parking is only on a temporary appointment basis, and then that space is freed up. So other than those two comments that I have for it, I'm fully supportive of this project, and I think it's going to be great for the city.
Thank you. Another commissioner who was involved in the earlier proposal, Commissioner Freeman.
Thank you. I would echo Commissioner Dixon's comments. I think it's a very thoughtful plan. I think you have taken into account some of the issues that were raised with other plans. It's a difficult site. I think putting those buildings towards the streetscape is what we were really hoping to see here. So I think that kind of minor variance as it relates to the curvature in the road is I think acceptable, because it provides that more walkable frontage kind of that we wanted to see that facing at this point, this gateway into the community. So I thought it was very thoughtfully done. Like Commissioner Ruggles, I tend to focus on not just this petition, but what's the next use. There certainly are other medical office buildings in the area. I think it makes sense from a placement standpoint, but in the event that it weren't to work, I've been thinking about this because we spent a lot of time. We had an entire committee. Commissioner Douglas, who's not with us tonight, chaired that committee, taking a look at this B1 district. And there was a lot of talk about maybe integrating residential into that, Kathy. And I just don't know how. I mean, it's a difficult site, as I said from the beginning. I don't see how you could get parking to work for a residential component. And so reuse of this building from a residential perspective, I mean, I welcome Nick to give it some thought, but I looked at the plan and was trying to think about that from a parking perspective, and what could you do for underground parking, and what might that do to the height of the building, and could it be reconfigured in a residential way or something like that, if that's what the group that Commissioner Douglas chaired was looking for. I struggle with that, but I think reusing it for other office purposes is something that could be managed through the lease, and maybe is something that we need to think about, Kathy, in the special use permit, that we have some kind of requirement there related to off-site parking, just to make sure that it's a viable use of the property, and that if it were to be reused later, you're not going to always have potentially physician staff breakdowns. You'd have to think of this in a different way potentially. So, I just, likewise, the transition and the spacing and the varied heights of the buildings, I think, is very thoughtful. I would just, obviously height is something that the DRB will deal with as it relates to the building heights, but I would just, encourage us to think about that retail space again, not just a current proposed use. If it's going to be a coffee shop, that's fine, but I would just encourage my fellow commissioners to take a look at the B1 ordinance, and the permitted uses, because that if the coffee shop, if it's not a coffee shop, if it's something else, there are a whole list of uses that are permitted under the ordinance that the owner need not come back to the Blind Commission. So I agree with Kathy. My reading of the ordinance is the same as hers. If it were a fast food restaurant, they'd have to come back to us. But there's a lot of uses that don't. So, and I think by my view of them, they're all perfectly acceptable. But I just want to be clear that anything we approve, Kathy, I assume is going to be that is a retail use or a use consistent with the B1 zoning. We're not going to create some separate zoning for this one site.
Actually, because a special use permit is requested for the drive-through associated with that retail space, I would anticipate that the special use permit would speak specifically to a coffee shop or similar business, and that the special use permit would grant the approval for that type of use. That seems to be what the petitioner's proposing. We can certainly, before this comes back to you for final review, we can have further discussions with the petitioners about that and perhaps broaden that opportunity. But we could place some limitations because of the drive-through associated with that space.
Yeah, and again, that speaks to the reuse or future use of it, and I would be cautious not to limit. It would be my preference to keep it with the B1 zoning, but I think you need to have some flexibility. But in any event, we can deal with that when it comes back, because we're not voting or on anything today. We're not taking any action. This is just to give ideas, right, as to what we should see when it comes back to us. So those are my thoughts.
Well, to get ideas, but the suggestion is also to pass it on to the building review board. So please keep that in
Right.
mind
So
as
the building,
well.
the other thing I was thinking about is that the far south curb cut is something that I'm sure the city will take a very close look at. I don't have any opinion about it. It's just a tough spot. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that when it comes back with the traffic study and the city engineer's view of that.
I neglected to mention, we did, I'm losing track of days here, but I think yesterday we did receive a complete traffic study for this property. We have not yet had a chance to do a staff review. I did forward it to the city engineer, but we will do a deep dive. I can say that the location of that south access point is consistent with the past two proposals for this site, and it has actually been, that location has been directed by IDOT to push it as far south as possible and to allow it to be a full access, access and exit.
And it's my understanding that the ingress and egress on the site are those that were previously approved by IDOT, and it took about a year for the prior petitioner to get that response from IDOT. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my
Okay.
understanding, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Athenson?
So I want to echo my just impressedness, I guess, about the amount of work you put into this, and the Iusu family for taking this on. I think what really is critical here is that your Lake Forest residents, who you kept saying it, wanted to have a pedestrian-friendly development, and you picked a fantastic team to help you work on that. And the work is pretty evident here in the plan you're presenting. You know, we've been talking about, we meaning the city, I guess, for years about how to make this whole area pedestrian friendly. And it's quite a challenge because we're on Waukegan Road. And so it was, I'm really glad to hear that that is your focus, because I think to successfully transition from residential to these businesses, you really have to be, you know, really goal oriented and trying to make that work. So my comments will kind of relate back to that whole idea of being pedestrian friendly. So I'm looking at the site plan, and there's just a couple things I was just ask you some questions if maybe you considered, and maybe you have, and I'm sure, you know, you're going to tell me your process for that. So the first thing I noticed is in terms of the coffee shop, the proposed coffee shop. So we have these sidewalks along Everett and Waukegan to try to get our pedestrians to the business. Did you consider flipping the patios in the drive-through? So as you come off the sidewalk, you're walking right onto a patio, as opposed to having the patio facing just hardscape with no landscaping. Was there any thought to really reorienting that drive-through? Because you also have some potential, for if pedestrians are trying to come off that sidewalk. I mean, you do have the arbor and they're trying to go to the patio. You could have some potential conflicts there with the drive-through. Just wondering if you thought about flipping that.
Commissioner, that's a good question. We did think about that. Two elements that I'd like to respond to. One is we need a certain amount of stacking for cars at the drive-through. So the drive-through really to have the most linear footage of stacking and the greatest number of cars to be allowed to stack, we needed to route it to the west of the building. We have looked at having the patio on the west side as well, moving the front of the building east, and that's part of what I think you're suggesting. And we did look at that, and our view was, and I credit Diana Melikar with this, is that it would be more inviting to have the patio facing where the car was parked, where the customer's car was parked, but also looking at the other landscaping to the east, rather than having idling cars waiting to pick up their coffee right in front of you. So we just thought that the ambiance was a little better on the east side. Granted, it's still sort of an urban environment, but we elected not to have the patio and the tables next to the cars that are waiting to pick up their coffee.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. You'd have to, that's what I said, flip it in a way, but I understand that.
Yeah, and if we flipped it, we would lose stacking, and the traffic pattern works really nicely this way. Also, and you may not have seen earlier versions, we working with Nick and Diana and the IOSUs have numerous versions, but one of the western curb cuts on Everett Road, we had originally planned to have a right in and a right out there. So that would come in just to the east of the coffee shop. But observing what has happened with, say, coffee shops closing down during COVID, and seeing at least the ones that didn't have drive-throughs, and seeing the backup that the ones that did have drive-throughs attracted, we thought that there was no way that we could safely leave that western curb cut on Everett Road open. So we then closed yet another curb cut. And so we like the traffic flow that somebody that would be eastbound on Everett Road or westbound, they would come into the easternmost driveway, which is a 3-lane driveway. And so that's a long answer to your question. Yes, we considered numerous options on the layout and the drive-throughs, and the couple of parties, the two national credit tenants that we're speaking with, both like this plan and the layout and the stacking.
Okay, thank you. So you did consider it fully. So thank you for that.
We did consider it.
Yeah, I kind of figured, but just thought I'd ask. And then, the only other thing maybe on that patio, instead of just having asphalt hardscape against building, you consider softening that a little bit with some more plantings around that patio. Yes.
Oh, I was going to respond. We think that will be in large planters rather than in ground plants, so we can change those out seasonally.
Okay. All right, so in developing this plan, I understand the hierarchy that Diana has done here, which makes perfect sense, but I'm a little concerned also about that height of that office building, especially when you cover the mechanicals and you're actually talking about 4 feet. And to transition to the residential, did you consider just a 2-story office building with the mechanicals on top?
We considered it for about 5 minutes, and it's not economically viable.
Okay.
And also, Commissioner, the this building, there's two parts at the height of this building. One is the height of the parapet, basically the roof, the main building, and that's 39 feet 10 inches. And then there's the height of the top of the tower, so to speak, the entry tower that is the access, the east-west access, and that is 49 feet. And there are several buildings in Westlake Forest that exceed that. And one would be the CIBC building, which used to be the private bank building. And if you're familiar with the tower that is on the south elevation of that, the top windows of that tower are the same height as the top of our tower. And the roof, the hip roof on top of that CIBC tower extends beyond the height of the top of our tower. So in relation to that, the highest point of our building is probably 8 to 10 feet below the height of the highest point of the CIBC building. And then Forest Square, as you know, has that domed tower. Many of the buildings have towers in Westlake Forest, and we do as well. The highest point of the Forest Square building is 52 feet. So that's several feet higher than the highest point of ours. So we recognize that we need a height variance. We also know we can't do a 2-story building and be successful. So we did want to keep it below the higher buildings in the west market.
Okay, and I think maybe the addition of shade trees and a 6-foot fence is how you're going to try and mitigate that a little bit too. Okay, just a concern with the residents close. But then again, it is far away from there, so it's a little bit farther away. I like how you push that building closer to Waukegan Road to get by or past the residents.
That was Carmen Iosu's first direction. Keep these buildings as far away from the neighbors as possible. We want to be a good neighbor, and he lived through the waterway experience, so experience is a great teacher.
I wasn't on the commission at that point, but I did watch those meetings. So, yeah. Okay, let's see, what else do I have here? Okay. Oh, there was a question about once they reconfigure Everett, are you losing your parkway? I know most of it, you have like the road, the parkway, and the sidewalk. That's a pattern, and just to provide a little bit of safety for pedestrians. On the Everett side, are you repeating that same pattern, or is the sidewalk right up against the road?
We're losing parkway that we have right now, but it's not very aesthetic. It's pretty harsh at that point. So that goes away, that parkway goes away, and that becomes asphalt. But as you can see from Nick Patera's site plan, and also from Mariani's landscape plan, we reestablished that just to the north of our building.
Yeah, I see a little bit. But
We do it, and we do it within a setback area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I noticed it disappears when you get closer to the corner there.
Yes, it does. Yeah, there's a larger taking at that point, at the corner. Okay. It's granted, it's a trade-off that this is an important improvement to the intersection. I think everybody welcomes that, as does Mr. Iosu. So we think that's good, and we're doing the best that we can to accommodate that and be cooperative. And we have told Kathy we will be, and we will be.
Oh, no, absolutely. I can see by the landscape plan, that you are actually going above and beyond with the landscaping. So thank you for that. But I think a lot of my other questions have been answered here. In terms of the hardscape that you're using for the parking lot, is it all impervious, or are these little designs in here? Is that brickwork? Is it pervious surface material there?
It is impervious.
For most of it. So in the middle between the two buildings, and you have some trees there, what is that in the middle? Is that a
that's an auto court, and maybe Carrie can speak to that, or Nick, but that's sort of a roundabout to make traffic, allow traffic to flow.
Island, and this kind of plays back to what you were talking about with this pedestrian focus is the front terrace on the front of the A building, the coffee shop building. It does connect to Everett, kind of away from the corner and away from the queuing and the stacking. But that runs right south, and it does go across this island. It's a planted island. And that's one of actually 4 different ways that you can circulate around within this property if you're in a car, but also gives you a chance to walk from the medical office up to get a cup of coffee or to go to one of the other offices.
Oh,
But
I
that's a landscape island within the Bottle Court area there.
Okay, wow, creative. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's a great addition. Okay, I think that's all I have right now. All my other questions were asked. If I think of anything else, I'll ask you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moorhead.
Thank you. I'm generally supportive of this as well for all the reasons that were previously stated. I will be interested to see the traffic, the parking, and the site circulation plans in the future. So that, I guess that remains an open point to be reviewed. I just had one question for now. Was any consideration given toward doing first floor retail in the medical office building?
No. The retail market is awful and it's getting worse. And so we really don't think that that works well. And retail has a higher parking load than does medical office. So retail would have required more parking than we really could provide. But we don't want to be in that space. It'd be, I wish the market was better, but it's not. And when Commissioner Friedman was talking about future uses, and one of the other commissioners' comments talked about that as well, we chose medical office because of the evolving healthcare industry, and that the corporate office market has been unhealthy for quite some time. In the suburbs, we have about a 24, depending on which suburb, 24 to 28% vacancy rate for normal corporate office space. We have about a 3 to 5% vacancy rate for medical office space. Medical office tenants are very stable, in part because their patients recognize where they are and they're comfortable going there, and they make a number of trips per year, whether it's for dentistry or for primary care or a subspecialty. And they tend to be very stable also because the cost of the tenant improvements are in the $150 per square foot range, where a normal corporate office is something less than that. So that's a long answer to your question. We don't want to be in retail space because the market is awful and we can't provide parking, and we do like the healthcare space.
Okay, yeah, that I anticipated that answer. I just wanted to hear it from you. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. First, I do want to thank Mr. Iosu's total team of the names that I know. They're high quality professionals. It's a very interesting site plan. I'm going to focus my questions on the one weakness I see, which Mr. Frigo referred to before, the parking. 2.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet versus 4 per 1,000 for a typical office building. And in fact, for a medical office building, you would ask for 5 to 1 because the 10 o'clock patient, the patient with the 10 o'clock appointment has arrived looking for a space while the fellow who had the 9:30 appointment is still in the office building. And so there's usually a real jam up in the MOBs. So I just want to be specific in my information request to you because I really want to see this transaction occur. It's very high quality. I feel for your own commercial success, you've got to tighten up on finding additional parking, perhaps in contractual arrangements. But I want to ask about the 3 buildings. The coffee shop, which is quasi-retail, I see 4 spaces. And unlike Commissioner Atkinson, I do like the fact that they're interior, so you're getting less noise from Waukegan Road if you want to sit and talk. But this coffee shop, does it have any tables and chairs inside, or is it strictly a counter operation?
No, it does have tables and chairs inside, and as something that we're working on as part of the design is the windows that you saw on the east elevation. We're looking at having those so they're large and able to be opened as those sliding patio doors. So the inside and the outside are merged, so there's a lot of fresh air at the east side. But the plan is for there to be inside and outside service. As you are aware, due to COVID, the drive-throughs are very popular and very important, and we have been able to provide that here.
And it looks like would be an excellent meeting spot at the least. I see the 4 spaces there. I would presume that the next most likely place for users of the coffee shop would be in front of building C, and perhaps the 4 spaces that are on the other side of that portico towards the medical office building, the building B. I've checked various requirements, and it can be anywhere from as small as 9 spaces to as many as 20 to 30, depending upon what your occupancy is intended within that coffee shop space. And thinking of the Starbucks down the street, you know, they probably have at least 8 tables. They take up considerable parking just with the coffee shop operation itself. So I have concerns about the parking on that site. My next concern would be the existing office, medical office now, building C. Mr. Prico, you mentioned that you do have an arrangement with St. Pat's. How many spaces, and where are those spaces currently? And is it a formal agreement?
It is a formal agreement. It is a license agreement where we pay them monthly. Nick, can you bring up the aerial exhibit, please? I think Nick is muted, but I'd like him to show the aerial exhibit because I think that'll be helpful to answer your question.
Coming up.
Okay, so no, the aerial context photo that has the labels. No, the one that we started with that has the different buildings. There you go. There you go. Okay. So thank you, Nick. Back to the other one, please. There we are. All right. All right. Chair Kerr, let me respond without the aerial photo. In this one,
you can see the park.
May be able. All right, so you can see the parking. So you see the parking spaces in the lower right-hand side of that aerial image. Those are the parking spaces that we lease from St. Pat's.
Are you talking about just behind the rectory, or is it the second grouping? I see your arrow. Okay, so it's where the arrow is. Okay.
Yes.
And how many spaces?
So we can park up to 15 cars there for the existing building. We don't need that many, but we typically park about 10 cars there for the existing 1025 West Everett.
Okay. And
Nick,
are you also
Nick, can you go?
Sorry, but
go on.
are you also parking cars on the Pasquesi Home and Garden site at this time? So there's overflow beyond what?
Yes, there are some tenants that park there. Yes, it's convenient and it's very walkable for them.
Okay, so I mean, conservatively, another 15 or 20 spaces are needed just to service building C. And if you can't do it on site, it would seem you're going to have either a larger arrangement with St. Patrick's or go to the St. Mary's property or Lake Forest Bank and Trust. You mentioned those three. I would agree with you that those, in terms of proximity and for pedestrians, they will only have to cross Everett Road as opposed to trying to cross Waukegan Road. But you know, 2.5 versus 4 to 1 or 5 to 1, that's a significant difference when you're talking about 60 parking spaces as a shortage. And I want this property to be successful. I think the physicians might find it hard to keep their staff if they all have to come in through the snow every day, when they might find another facility that had easier parking available to them. I'm also concerned about not just the initial tenants you would have in the medical office building, but how would replacement tenants feel? Perhaps by then, you know, people have expressed real concerns about the parking shortage. So I understand your point on building B, that the cost for only 16 additional spaces is probably too onerous, but I still see giving a variance for 60 parking spaces is an enormous difference. And I would suggest to attract tenants now and replacement, and to attract lenders to this, you would need to have, and I'm sure I'm telling you what you know, Mr. Frigo, but you would have to have formal agreements to at least cushion part of that if the city is then also going to give you some variance for the amount of parking. I would consider secondary the parking at the train lot, simply because you have to cross Waukegan Road. We do have something called winter here, and a lot of the staff might resent the fact that they have to park at a distance when the physicians get to park on site. And here again, I just want to say, wonderful plan, excellent professional people. I want you to be successful. It's a really big variance for parking.
Okay, can I respond, Chair Kirk?
Please.
We recognize that we would rather have more parking on site. If there was not city-owned or institutional-owned parking available nearby, we would not have this plan. We don't intend to leave it to our tenants to find parking off-site. We're going to provide parking off-site, and we would enter into formal agreements to do that, just the way that we have with St. Pat's. And we may expand that relationship if St. Pat's or St. Mary's is comfortable with that. But we certainly have parking across the street that is available at the Metro lot, and possibly the lot just north of the fire station that could be expanded. And as we look at downtown Lake Forest, downtown Highland Park, and almost any of the suburbs, almost all people have to park and walk to their doctor's appointment. You know, it's, if you're going to a physician's office that is on campus, there's acres of parking. But most of the mature communities have off-site parking for staff and patients. The calculations that we've done and our experience working with medical office users, and that goes back quite some time, is that we can accommodate the physician and we can accommodate the patient load on site. If the staff resents it that the physician parks there, I don't debate that with you. You know, when it's February 15th and they're walking across the street, they may not like that. And it would be more convenient if they parked in a garage, but unfortunately we don't have that option to take advantage of and still do this development. But we would contract to have parking spaces rather than just seek a variance and let the users find their own solutions. We'll find the solutions.
And I think it would be very important as the city considers some portion of parking spaces as a variance to see that you've also entered into agreements like that. And if it has to be the train lot, see what can be accommodated there. I think of a location in a medical office in Wilmette where, and another in Northbrook where they just don't have sufficient parking at all for the medical uses. And it ends up with a lot of frustrated people greeting the doctor every time because they've had to spend 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes looking for a parking space.
But
And we
but
certainly don't
Commissioner,
want them
we
parking
think-
on the residential.
No, we can accommodate the patient and we can accommodate the physician and the visitors to the site. That we're confident that we can do. We've done plenty of medical office space and we can do that here. We will make provisions and we will contract for additional parking spaces. So as I said, we're not going to leave it to the staff to figure out where to park. We're going to make provisions for that.
I'm very glad to hear that. I like the way the property is a good buffer, a good neighbor to the residential. The fact that Mr. Iosu has the existing building C so that you can have less chance of accident, less congestion at the intersection. Those were two concerns that I had the first time around. And I see you've solved both of those. So I look forward to hearing your solution on this because, as I said, I do want you to be successful.
Well, we hope you'll be happy.
Now, we have had identification of issues by staff, questions from the commission. It is time for public testimony. And here again, I don't know if we have anyone on the line. Michelle, do we have anyone on the line?
I have one caller on the line. I also, before I bring him on, I did get a call during the break from Joanne Desmond, who could not stay on the Zoom meeting any longer. Her address is 1681 Yale, and she just simply asked to share her support for this item.
Thank you. And once again, public testimony may be offered by calling 847-810-3643.
And I'll mute myself for a moment and bring the caller on the line for you.
Thank you.
While we do that, Kathy, can I ask for a point of order? We're going to carry this matter over. They're going to go to the building review board. We'll keep public comment open for the next meeting as well. So folks that have things they want to share and there's additional information provided, they can do that at the next meeting.
Yes, staff recommendation is that you continue this matter. We'll do some due diligence around the issues you've raised. If you direct us to do so, we'll go to the building review board, but yes, your public hearing will remain open. That's our recommendation.
Okay, Chairman, I have Mr. Sugar on the line for you.
Thank you. Mr. Sugar,
Yes.
welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
I need to.
I know you've heard from me before. We went through a pretty grueling process before, and this is a real breath of fresh air, and I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I do need to swear you in. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, I have three quick comments, and I know it's late, so I'm not going to take a lot of your time. And I know three of you have heard from me many, many times before in another world. First of all, in terms of parking, I participated last year in the comprehensive plan review for the B1 district, Waukegan Road B1 district. And one of the things that we talked about was the parking lot at the train station and what the future use could be. And we talked about a lot of things, but one of the things we talked about was perhaps a two-story or a three-story garage instead of just the flat land that sits around the train station. Now, that may not be necessary anymore since the Metro trains are operating at 10% capacity because of COVID, and I suspect that it's never going to come back to the way it was before because everybody is learning to work remotely. So there seems to be an abundance of space at the train station, as many of you have observed. I would just suggest that the petitioner think about car hops. Everybody's talking about the dangers of crossing Waukegan Road. Well, you could have patients driving up to the medical building and a car hop take the car and park it across at the train station. And when they're ready, the car hop will retrieve the car. So that could be an elegant solution to the lack of on-site parking. The second thing that I would say is on behalf of the chateaus to the east where I live, we're delighted with the transparency, the pride that Mr. Ayosu has taken in this project, the fact that he demolished the eyesore that was there right away rather than having that eyesore sit there. And the fact that he has put in so much time and effort over a long period of time to present what is a very attractive solution for the gateway. And finally, I just want to say, while I am totally in support of the project, I want everybody to know that I have no stake in the game. I have no relationship with Mr. Ayosu or any of the petitioner's team. I have no financial relationship. I have no economic relationship. I have no relationship with him other than I worked with him on the waterway project, and that's how I got to know him. And so he has my support in this project, and I think it's a super opportunity for the city. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have any other members of the public?
There are no other members of the public on the line.
Okay, thank you. Are there any final questions from commissioners to petitioner or staff, or requests for additional information? Okay. Petitioner rebuttal from the public testimony. Mr. Frigo?
We like
I don't see anything to rebut.
Right.
Then the staff response to public testimony. Kathy, are there any items that you could clarify or?
My only comment is that we've listened to the commission questions, the commission concerns, and we will certainly work with the petitioners on addressing those issues, answering those questions, and we will be back before you as quickly as possible.
So
Do we need a motion?
Well, that's the next question.
Sorry, unless the commissioners have any other comments, I don't mean to jump ahead.
No, we're at that point. My question is, looking at the staff recommendations, is everyone comfortable at this time moving it forward with all of those conditions as stated on page 8?
Yeah, I heard a couple of others, which was the, thinking about reuse. I think we have a parking and site circulation plan that's been shown to us tonight, but there's been a lot of concern about that. And so I think the general impression I'm getting from my fellow commissioners is that still needs some work. So the way it reads now, it's like you should prepare one. They have prepared one. I just think it needs a little more work. I mean, the idea of being reliant on off-site parking can be a challenge because you don't know what's going to happen. You know, the metro station, if there were an Amtrak station joined there, I mean, you can't count on, you know, a parking structure being built by the city to meet the need of the property. Now, at some point, that goes, as you said, Commissioner or Chairman Karen, to the viability, right?
Right.
So they certainly have an interest in getting that done. I just think we need to, I just want to be clear that what we've seen today is probably needs some work.
And so how do commissioners want to proceed at this point?
Well, I would make
Are
a
you
motion.
ready to?
Oh, sorry.
No, the first point is present the plan to the building review board. Are you ready to suggest that at this point in time? Or is there information you want to get from the petitioner, Mr. Frigo, and the excellent team, so that we could continue to move this forward?
So maybe I have a question now. So since building review board does height, Kathy,
Right.
does the availability of parking go into that analysis?
It does. I think there is value in moving this forward to the building review board, concurrent with our continuing to work, clarify talk more about the parking. I think there's a benefit to getting the building review board engaged in this discussion sooner rather than later. So I think there's value in moving it forward to the building review board. And again, we have heard your concerns, and I'm confident that we can work with the petitioner to respond fully to those. And Commissioner Freeman, you are correct. Since this staff report was prepared, we do now have a traffic study and some additional information. We just haven't had a chance to review it yet.
And I think the petitioner has maximized the site plan. I wouldn't anticipate major changes to that. It would be looking for parking solutions beyond this site.
Well, unless there's an underground parking solution or there's something else. So I just think it's worth taking another look at it. Is there, I struggle with the relying on a neighboring property owner. I'm not as concerned about the walking. I'm not as concerned about the walking across Waukegan Road. I mean, my hope would be that this was the kind of improvement where you could actually have people take the train and walk across. So it's no different than walking from the train. So, you know, I mean, if people are willing to walk from the train to this office building, then I don't know why we have a train station. I mean, so I just think but my trouble with that is they don't own that property, and there's no way, you know, you're approving a use, pretty much acknowledging that it's going to be dependent on a neighboring property that they do not control. So that's why I think it needs another look.
But the city owns the lot at the train station, does it not, Kathy?
Today, they do.
It does. And just to be clear, we're not recommending that you're approving anything tonight.
Right.
We've heard a general sense of support and excitement for this project. We've heard some concerns. I think we can work through those, provide responses, get the building review board going. You are not granting any final approval. You're not done with this, but I do think we can come back with some responses.
And I think those who are involved in Waterway realize how long that process took, waiting a year for IDOT to respond, then waiting another 6 months for the petitioner to seek a change in the easement with ComEd. And I certainly don't want to see this project delayed like that.
So would the chair entertain a motion with that in mind?
Yes, Commissioner Freeman.
I would make a motion expressing general support for the overall project and ask that it be forwarded to the building review board, subject to the items listed in the staff report and those additional items, Kathy, that we've discussed today. You'll forward those along to the building review board as well, please. and then it'll come back to the Plan Commission for final action.
Correct.
And then just a comment before that motion gets seconded.
Right.
How long do you think that process would take, Kathy, that we just outlined?
I believe we can move this forward to the Building Review Board for discussion the first week in October. And my sense is probably tomorrow morning, the petitioner's team is going to be working and preparing some responses. So I can't predict, but we all know this is important. And I think you have a team that is very engaged and a property owner who's going to put pressure on that team to respond to your questions.
I'd second Commissioner Freeman's motion.
Kathy, would you please do the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Athenson?
Aye.
Commissioner Freeman?
Aye.
Commissioner Dixon?
Aye.
Commissioner Moorhead?
Aye.
Commissioner Artman Ruggles?
Aye.
Chairman Kerr?
Aye.
Did I get everyone? Yes, 6 ayes, no nays. The motion passes to continue the petition.
And thank you again, Mr. Iosu and Mr. Frigo and the entire team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Now we come to our final agenda item for the night. No action is requested here, just introduction of concepts, a presentation of preliminary concepts for the potential redevelopment of property located on the southwest corner of Deer Path and Bank Lane, currently the site of First Midwest Bank. Are the petitioners available? I see Peter Whitmer.
I can see
Okay. The property owner currently First Midwest Bank, contract purchaser and representative Peter Whitmer and Todd Altunian. Do the commissioners have any ex parte contacts or conflicts of interest to report? Okay, seeing none, I would like to swear in Mr. Whitmer, who probably has this memorized by now too. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Are there any other members of your team who will be presenting?
No.
Okay,
And
thank you. Please
Chairman
proceed.
Kerr, if I can just clarify, this is for introduction only. You are not
Yes.
opening the public hearing. We do not have a formal filing, but given the prominence of this site, the petitioner wanted to come forward at this early point just to give you a high-level overview. We don't expect to have answers to your questions tonight, but we'll certainly make notes so that when it does come formally before you, we can assure that it's a complete submittal.
Thank you.
Those are my staff comments. I won't have anything.
And I do appreciate the petitioner coming in at this early stage. It's very helpful. Mr. Whitmer.
Okay. Kathy, can I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Oh, I will. I got it.
And if you are not able to, we can do it from here.
All right. Let me just hold on just a second. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, a blank slide.
A blank slide. Okay, hold on just a second. All right, can you see it now?
I'm
No.
still seeing a blank slide. I don't know if anybody else is seeing anything different.
Okay, you're not seeing it?
I am not seeing it. Is anybody else seeing?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I can just, can you pull up what I sent you?
Michelle, Peter, if you
I'll stop
stop
sharing.
sharing.
I'll
Michelle,
share
can you?
All right. Well, maybe I'll talk while we're pulling that up. So we started with the site and we looked at it and, oh, there we go. Perfect. And I guess I can't really control that either, can I? Maybe just go to the first slide. All right. So the existing site has the First Midwest Bank on it. It's complex in terms of it's in the historic district on the main Deer Path. It's on the Bank Lane corridor. It's in the B4 zoning district, which has a lot of requirements for it in terms of getting additional FAR approval, which we are going to try to seek in the project. We entered into an agreement with First Midwest. They part of the agreement is that they want to stay on the site and that they have a prominent location on Deer Path, and that they retain one drive-through teller on the site. So that's the requirement that we have to adhere to, and we will keep them in business during the process at another location in close proximity to what the existing site is. Maybe you could go to the next slide. So this is just a schematic, high-level site plan. And basically what we're looking at is removing the building, providing underground parking underneath the building. The site itself slopes from the high point being the north west corner of Deer Path, the low point being the opposite southeast corner of Bank Lane. So what we're proposing is that the entrance into the underground parking would only be at the southeast corner of the site. We would not, there wouldn't be any other curb cuts along this property. We're also, I was involved in the Deer Path group that looked at the reconfiguration of Deer Path and the beautification of that. And we, in this site plan, we're showing the possibility of having Bank Lane be one-way south and not a two-way street. Our plan, we could do either, we could maintain the two-way street, but we really think that the one-way does a lot of things for us from a safety standpoint. And also from an open space standpoint, it gives us more green area along the eastern side of our building. So here in the site plan, you can see First Midwest along the Deer Path section of the building. The corner then would be open. We're thinking of some sort of colonnade that you could walk underneath the building and still be outside. And then what we're contemplating is having office space, retail, another small 3,000 square foot approximately space that would be at grade. And then the rest of the site, which would be the west and the south, would be residential in this first floor, because it's actually raised up about 6 feet off of grade at the south end. And then we'd also have a walkway path around the perimeter of the building on the west side and the south side that you could actually enter into the courtyards from those areas. And it would open up into the space of the 225 East Deer Path, not necessarily physically, but just visually go alongside what you walk underneath that arcade in that open space to the west there. Go ahead to the next slide. Site circulation, I talked about that, angle parking, drive-through in the bank. Let's go to the next slide. Pedestrian circulation, yeah, I think, what we'd like to do is create, obviously, sidewalks on both the two sides, the north and the east, and also then landscape areas along both those areas. And then we have quite a bit of space along the east, and we'd like to develop that into open space. We're not sure how we can integrate maybe water retention in that area, but also some physical space that people can occupy that. you know, the development of the corner and how the pedestrians come across the street and have that corner. We'd also like to integrate that in a landscaping plan for that. So even though the site is really urban, I think there's a really good opportunity to have a lot of outside green space within the site itself. Next slide. Open space, we just talked about that. One of the things that we're looking at is that residential space, really one of the big components we want to integrate into the residential is the outdoor space within those units. So big terraces on the first floor and second floor that would face toward the street and toward the outside of the building. And then the top floor would have rooftop terraces for those units. Next slide. These are the floor plans. We can just quickly go through this. Go to the next slide. The basement, so this will be underground parking underneath the building. The northern half of it will be residential, and that'd be like assigned spaces. And then you would circulate through and around, and then to the very south, there'd be just a single kiosk for the bank. And so it's kind of a nice way to integrate the drive-through without having it visually in any separate kind of surface parking or surface use. Is all underneath the ground and use the circulation of the existing parking under the ground to do that. First Midwest was comfortable with this layout, which we were happy about, and we feel like it's integrated pretty well into this plan. The next slide. And this is the first floor plan. We talked about this. One of the things that we're looking at is having 2 elevator cores, and they would serve the residential above. On our experiences is that the buildings are successful when we have not long corridors and we can have some direct access into the units from elevators or very minimal lobby spaces in that. So this allows us a lot of flexibility in that. The next slide. So we're planning on having 2 floors of residential. We're leaning toward condos at this point. The first floor might be condos that are rented or rentals on the first floor, and then 2 floors of condos above that. Sizes will be smaller than the other project that we're doing in town probably. And so we're looking at 2,500 square feet. Larger ones to the north, and then smaller ones on the first floor, where it's not quite as desirable location. The next floor plan, roof plan. We really feel like this is a really great place to get outdoor space within the residential units, and so that we would utilize the roof not only for the mechanical equipment that would be hidden behind parapet walls, but also then for roof decks for the individual units on the 3rd floor. Next slide. These we did a site model for this, which I thought it helps us a lot in terms of understanding the massing and how it relates to the street and the open space. And these are just some different images. Hopefully, when we come back, maybe we'll be in person, or maybe there's some way we can convey a little bit better the model, or have it on site, or at some place that people can look at it prior to the meeting. The next slide. I think this is the last slide. So, I think the streetscape of Deer Path, obviously, balconies along the elevations of this building are going to be important for the exterior space of the residential units above. The corner is going to be important. This is the one on the top right there, shows the building stepping back, which gives a fair amount of space between the street and the building, along with the angle parking for there. I think the nice thing about this is that our underground parking and our preliminary numbers, we meet with only having 6,000 square feet of office space. We can meet the parking requirement for the residential and the commercial space on site. So I think that's a good thing. We're increasing the amount of parking available than the current situation now. So with that, and thank you everyone for staying late, and I'll turn it back over to the commission.
Thank you. Any staff comments at this time, Kathy? Sorry, you're on.
I said I didn't have any. Two quick comments. Mr. Whitmer referenced, and I referenced in the staff report, that there was a recently completed report for improvements on Deer Path. That report is going to the Historic Preservation Commission on Monday. So when this comes back to you, we will also hopefully have that report approved, which I think will be very helpful in understanding the context of this project in relation to those improvements. Also wanted to mention that at the staff level, we've talked quite a bit about the concept of Bank Lane being one way south and Forest Avenue being one way north, so that between Oakwood and Western Avenue, there will be no traffic entering Deer Path along that stretch. A number of months ago, the police department actually took over Bank Lane and parked their cars diagonally, as is shown on this plan. And we kind of got a sense of what that would feel like. So that's where we really did encourage Mr. Whitmer to explore that option. So that's where that came from. Those are my only comments. And again, tonight we're just looking for requests for information, high-level comments, questions. We don't expect to have answers for you.
And I would just note that it is 10:43 and we are supposed to wrap up by 11. Commissioner Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Kerr. You showed it there, Mr. Whitmer, at one of your last slides, which was the elevations. The elevations as it relates to the Northern Trust building to the east, is it the same elevation, building height as the Northern Trust there?
Yeah,
it was hard to tell.
It's pretty much the same height as the Northern Trust. I think it's pretty compatible, and also to, I'm sorry, but I'm going to call it the Gap building because I only know the Gap was there. It's slightly higher than that, but I think it's pretty compatible for that streetscape along that.
And is it a little bit lower than the arcade building across on the north side of Deer Path?
Yeah, it's slightly lower than that, and then slightly lower than the building across the street from that, which is the corner, the building where the old jewelers is in at the
Right.
corner.
Well, that's only a 2-story building right now?
They're both 3-story buildings.
Oh, there's 3-story
along there, yeah.
I thought the innovative there with the drive-through on the lower level underground, that's interesting with the access there on Bank Lane. And I take it the parking configuration there would work with the residential and commercial space up above.
I think the reason I think it works, or conceptually the way we have it, is because the residential will be assigned spaces, so everyone knows where they're going, and then that turnaround in the middle of the building, basically. So everything south of that would be the for the office space. So that's how it would divide it, because otherwise we don't have a turnaround up at the very top. But when you're driving down there, you know you have a space because you're a resident in the building.
And what do you see the biggest hurdles, that are facing or that would face you on a project like this in terms of pushback either from the city or from surrounding property owners? What do you have a sense of that yet, or have you anticipated what those could be?
The neighbors, there aren't a lot of residential neighbors in the area.
Right.
So it really will be, I mean, our concern, I think really is that will our sales, can we sell condos at this location? I think it's a really, when you stand there, we made the model, we look out and you can see City Hall, you can see the towers of Market Square, you can see the arcade building, you can see Northern Trust. I mean, they're really beautiful buildings to look at, but it's a very urban feeling. And so, these are going to be, lower price than our other condos that we're doing, but still higher end for people. We feel like the marketplace is there. The convenience, I mean, in terms of walkability, it's great. Everything's accessible, all that's really, really good, but there aren't a lot of trees around here, So I think that we have to make sure that the streetscape is really green and that, I think on the sales side of the condos is what one of the biggest hurdles we have. This is a big project. There's a lot of units and, between 17 to 20 units, probably something like that. So making sure that the demand is there and that we're able to sell them at the price. I mean, that's probably my biggest concern.
Yeah, I think, from a conceptual standpoint, I think it's a nice redevelopment of that downtown section that, certainly could use it. In my opinion, there's nothing historically significant about that building, nor about that space. So I certainly wouldn't see any resistance from, the larger community, and certainly, as you said, there's no property owners, residential property owners around there, and certainly, the beautification that would come of that development, I think would certainly just be a positive for the city. So, from the concept standpoint, I think that's all very much a plus. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman? Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Just one for Kathy. How does one go about changing a street to a one-way, and what could that do to the timing of this approval?
The city council has control over that. It's by ordinance. So I don't see that as being something that would delay the approval. I think even without this project, it was being discussed as a positive for that area. So I don't see that as a hurdle at all.
So has that been part of the overall consideration then of this task force group? And has there been discussions with the neighbors and the businesses in that area as to how they feel about these changes for both streets?
Many of the business owners were part of the Deer Path Streetscape discussions. There was a community forum that was very well attended a number of months ago. The response has been very positive. Have we reached everyone? Probably not. But yes, it is a recommendation of this report that will be going to the HPC.
Great. No, I look forward to seeing that. I just was curious. So we don't need IDOT. It's purely a city function.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. And let's hope you'll be back to go further south along that street later, Peter.
I would just add one comment if I could interject. We had talked several meetings ago in regards to the one-way on Bank Lane continuing south there. I'm sure that's in the mix there for discussion, certainly not as part of this particular project, but as far as alleviating congestion and pressure on those neighbors that, may be listening with interest on this project, but, certainly for their issues farther south, just a point of observation.
Thank you, Commissioner Moorhead.
Thank you. I've got five items, but in the interest of time, let me just list them as comments, and then you all can follow up at your convenience. First, thanks. This is an interesting project. Thanks for bringing it forward. My 5 points, the first one is, do you have any other, or do you have any examples of basement bank drive-through in the region that we could consider for comparison? Because I can't think of one offhand. My second comment, my understanding, maybe I'm incorrect, but I thought the city was trying to push residential east of the train tracks to keep the CBD more CBD, and I'm wondering how this project would reconcile with that. The residential first floor seems contradictory to what you do in a CBD. You want retail first floor and then residential above if you're doing residential. So I'd be interested to hear some ideas on that. The bank lane one way that was already discussed. And then in the project, it looks like, I could be wrong, but it looks like the apartments on the west side are going to be facing the back end of the commercial building on Oakwood. And I just would like to hear more about that, how that would look, and is that even marketable? Would a person want to occupy space that faces that back end? So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Whitmer, did you want to respond?
Yeah, no, thanks for the comments. I think what we'll do is come back and in our response to those. I think these are thinking that the one thing I would just comment really quickly on the residential is that, I think we're finding that there's really not a lot of great sites in Lake Forest to do these condo residential. And that the office space that we have currently, we're kind of struggling to fill. And so the world is kind of changing a bit. And, I think that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring this forward. Is there going to be a resistance to having residential on the first floor? When it's really a raised, it's not at grade at first floor, it's really raised above that. But we're not really too excited about building too much office space or retail office space on the first floor because it's so difficult to keep it filled and leased. And we feel like that's Market Square, that's the whole street of Deer Path currently, and that we'd like to keep that filled and not sort of pick off those tenants are there and put it into spread it out that much more.
Commissioner Moorhead, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't. Thanks for the comments, though. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Athenson?
Hey, Peter. Once again, another creative project for you. I have a few comments just in this first look. Haven't really thought through them, but I'll just pass them on to you. So, you're talking about the market's better for condos, but given how everything's changing, did you consider apartments maybe? I'm just thinking like maybe the market's better for apartments, and that would also serve a certain segment of Lake Forest that we don't offer too many affordable, when I say affordable, really apartments in the city. Sorry, I'm just asking a question.
You want me to respond to that, or?
Well, you don't have to. I just think, okay.
Yeah, Kelmscott is a lot of rentals.
No, but they're expensive.
Ours would be similar to that. It's and we look at those opportunities too, I think.
Yeah. Okay. It was just a thought because I think there's a lot of condos, not many apartments, but so it's in the same price range. Okay. So the other thing is when you were showing us that scale model, to me, what was really striking as being possibly incompatible with the Deer Path streetscape is the balconies on the front of that building, because when you're going down that streetscape of Deer Path, and it's just so iconic in terms of what it looks like. And now you're adding like a whole different dimension on look into that central business district vein that's, that main line running through there. So I'm just concerned that maybe the balconies might be a little bit distracting. And that kind of brings me to the point too of also what Commissioner Moorhead had mentioned is just the whole idea of the traditional mixed use planning where you have retail or something on the first floor and then the apartments above there that support that business below there. That's pretty traditional, whether it's, but whether it's retail or restaurants or bakeries or something, I don't know, but I had the same concern about it, apartments on the first floor. And then I also was looking at, in terms of the space between the buildings, it seems really small. So I'm thinking, how does that impact your air and light into these condos or businesses, especially like when you're looking from like 580 North Bank Lane, if they're looking, what is that, north to a parking lot, suddenly they'll have a building right up against them. So just thinking about maybe increasing the space between these buildings here so it's just not so dark. And then, when you say 3 stories, we have to consider that rooftop too, because, it happened with the buildings on McKinley where you said they were 3 stories, but then you're really having living space on that 4th floor. And so essentially does become, more of a 4th floor in a way. So if you're doing the same thing here, does that make it, really out of scale with everything else with the rooftop living space? Something consider. And then I would also be interested in hearing what kind of architectural style you were thinking about that would be more compatible with this iconic, Lake Forest Street right now. You'd really have to, you've got the Anderson block across the street, you've got First National Bank, this is pretty heavy style stuff for Lake Forest. So you'd have to be really careful in your choice of architectural style to make sure it's compatible and you know how that goes. So anyways, those are kind of my initial thoughts with it, but it's a really intriguing idea to bring more residents into the downtown area too. Now that we've gotten rid of all those apartments above everything and Market Square and everything, I think this is a way of bringing back some balance possibly to the downtown area. So thank you for bringing it forward. It's really something interesting to think about.
Sorry, Commissioner Artman Ruggles.
I think the other commissioners touched upon most of the other items. Peter, I think conceptually, it's a really interesting idea to have this mixed use development with a lot of residential. I think that could bring a lot of vitality back into the downtown area. So I think that's a great move. I do agree with Commissioner Atherton about like the space between the buildings. It only looks like there's maybe 5 feet, so you might want to consider opening that up a little bit, and that might also help you with the constructability of the buildings. But in general, I think it's a great concept. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
And my only comment would echo Commissioner Moorhead, Atkinson, and Artman Ruggles. I did walk the site between I'll say the Coldwell Banker site, the corner property, 225. And there is a driveway there for the Midwest drive-through. So it's probably, I'd say it's probably 8 feet between the buildings, and then there is a portico, sort of a little bit of open space on the existing building on the corner there, 225. But that's a question I had also. How do you make that attractive? I realize you've marked those units as affordable, but still, how do you make that side of the building, which will be visible from the sidewalk as well, how do you make that a little more attractive?
Okay.
Are there any other questions? I note the time and the weariness on people's faces. So I think we have now concluded that discussion. I don't see any other items up. I don't think we have any members of the public online. Do we, Michelle, for addressing the Plan Commission on other matters?
No, there are no members of the public online.
Okay, well, seeing no further business, I thank the commissioners and petitioners for their time tonight, and the meeting is adjourned.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You all.
You will. Bye-bye.